A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Life of Mary Sothern, a human, believable story of one young woman's life and the problems she faces in this perplexing world of today. Mary Sothern comes to you each weekday at this same time with the compliments of Ipana Toothpaste. We've been telling you about Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, Ipana toothpaste for several weeks. We've explained that Ipana is designed not only for cleaning your teeth thoroughly, but also for massaging your gums to help make them firmer and healthier. For that is the very basis of strong, bright teeth and a sparkling smile. Now, throughout the country, there are millions of people whose sparkling smiles testify to the effectiveness of this famous Ipana technique in the home care of the gums and teeth. They know that what we say is true. But perhaps you haven't tried Ipana. So today we say to you, don't take our word. Test Ipana yourself, absolutely without cost. We will send you not a large-sized tube of Ipana, but a small trial size in return for only your name and address. But act today, for the offer closes at midnight tonight. When you get your small trial-size tube, just do this. First, brush your teeth with Ipana and see how they sparkle. Then put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and gently massage it on your gums. And at that very moment, immediately, you feel a tang, a tingling sensation exclusive with Ipana and Massage. This tangy feeling tells you that Ipana and Massage is stimulating your gums, waking up circulation, just as a good brisk walk speeds up the flow of blood throughout your body. So Ipana and Massage helps make your gums firmer and healthier, your teeth sturdier, your smile more alluring. Can you afford not to make this free test of the effectiveness of Ipana and Massage? Can you afford to pass up our free offer? Then, for the greater beauty of your smile, do this now. Send your name and address today to Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, Ipana, Post Office Box 1077, Chicago, Illinois. Ipana, Post Office Box 1077, Chicago, Illinois. Hurry and send in your request today, for this is the last day I can make this offer. And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Yesterday was packed to the brim with excitement for Mary Sothern. First, Jeffrey Barton gave a statement to the press that he intended building a new factory in Sandus. This is the deal which Max has been working so hard to close. And when the news came out, the Sandus household was swamped with congratulatory messages. Then, Mr. Barton told them he had spoken to the famous Dr. DeRoy in regard to examining Phyllis, Max's crippled sister. Naturally, they were overjoyed. However, the sun has a habit of dodging behind the clouds. And just when the celebration at the Sanders home was at its highest, Gerald Proust phoned and asked Mr. Barton to see him immediately. Proust has tried repeatedly to influence Mr. Barton against Max. What is he up to now? We know the final papers for the factory proposition have not yet been signed. It is a short time later. Henrietta and Gerald Proust are waiting for Mr. Barton. The doorbell rings.
Oh, Gerald, do you think that could be Mr. Barton?
Probably. Said it'd be over shortly. I'll go see.
Gerald, we keep a butler to answer doors.
Well, he's not answering this one. I sent him to the store for some cigars.
Oh, you would choose a time like this to have him run your errands.
I suppose I haven't the right to send my own butler on an errand.
Well, you might consider me occasionally. What will Mr. Barton think if you go to the door?
He'll think plenty if I don't. There, you keep me here arguing about butlers and the man's outside waiting.
Oh, go ahead. Let him in.
There was $1 million waiting on the doorstep, and that woman would talk about butlers. I'd like to know what she thinks is important.
Good afternoon, Mr. Proust.
Why, how have you been, Mr. Barton? Come right in.
Thank you.
Just put your hat right on this table. We'll go into the living room. My wife's in there. Yeah, she's very anxious to see you. She can't stop talking about that daughter of yours. Henrietta, here's Mr. Barton.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Barton? It's a big grand to see you again. Oh, do take this comfortable chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Proust. How have you been?
Oh, just terribly busy. There are so many social affairs this time of the year.
I can imagine.
How about a drink, Mr. Barton?
No, thanks.
I do hope you haven't had luncheon yet. I've planned on your having it here.
I'm sorry, but I've made another engagement, Mrs. Proust. I really shouldn't have taken this time, but Mr. Proust said he had something of interest to tell me.
We both have, Mr. Barton.
I'll tell him, Henrietta.
Well,
It concerns this man, Max Sanders, whom you've been dealing with.
What about him, Mr. Proust?
Mr. Barton, Max Sanders has been in jail.
did you hear what he said, Mr. Barton?
Yes, he mentioned that Mr. Sanders had been in jail.
Well?
What about it?
What about it? Aren't you shocked?
Why, no. Mrs. Sanders told me all about that some time ago.
She did?
That woman has no sense of decency.
I disagree with you. I think she has an unusually fine character. She's frank and truthful. Those are excellent virtues.
But surely you don't condone the things her husband has done?
I didn't delve too deeply into his personal difficulties.
Then Mr. Barton probably doesn't know about the gambling trouble, Gerald.
Oh, yes, she told me about that part of it.
And do you know the district attorney is merely waiting until they capture another gangster named Cheney to try Max Sanders for participation in that disgraceful gambling syndicate?
Yes, I know all those things.
Then how can you trust a man like that to handle a proposition that involves millions?
Why not? I believe implicitly in Max Sanders' honesty. And I also feel he's a good businessman.
It's that Mary Sothern, Gerald. She's blinded him to the truth.
You're wrong, Mrs. Proust. I've never seen things so clearly before in my life. Since I came to Sanders, I've learned a good deal. And one of the most important lessons was that there is more to business than mere dollars and cents.
Oh! Money's the most important issue in everything.
That's not true. There are a few other things, and I think I've found them in this transaction.
You've been fooled by a scheming woman, Mr. Barton.
Yes, that Mary Sothern and her husband are a pair of crooks.
Just a minute. You can stop right there. There's nothing that a tin-horn financier like yourself can say to make me change my mind about that couple.
Oh.
Gerald, are you going to let him talk that way?
No, I'm not. Mr. Barton, you may have been an important man in Chicago, but I run this town.
I wasn't aware of that. And I might add, it doesn't interest me.
It will interest you. You can't do business in this town without my support. I don't care who you are.
That's right, Gerald. Tell him straight.
If this is all you wish to discuss, I believe I'll go, Mr. Proust.
All right, you can go. But don't think that Max Sanders will be able to help you out when you need assistance around here.
Is that all you wish to say?
That's all. Except that when you start losing your stockholders' money, you'll regret this fancy talk about certain things being more important than dollars and cents.
Man, Proust getting Barton over there has got me worried.
I don't like it either, Max, but you know I can't seem to think about Mr. Proust or the factory now.
Huh?
All I can see is Danny's face when Mr. Barton told him about Dr. DeRoy. Why, you could see the poor boy's heart right in his eyes.
Huh.
Made me realize there are more important things in this world than money or business.
Yeah, I guess maybe I shouldn't let the factory deal throw me.
We've done all we can, Max. It'll either go through or it won't. That's the way I feel about it.
Well, okay, so it's okay. I'll leave it like that, too. Could you spare a kiss to kind of help me carry on?
Might be arranged. Oh, darling.
Hey, listen, I'm going to have that bell removed. It ruins my best love scene.
Oh, this wasn't such a good scene anyway.
Oh, no? Well, listen, we'll do it over again, huh?
Oh, silly. Let me answer the door.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Mrs. Sanders. I'm back again.
Oh, Mr. Barton, come in.
I hope your husband is here. I have some things I must tell him.
Oh, he is. You caught him just in time, too. He was going back to the office.
I thought I heard your voice, Mr. Barton.
I think it's a little hoarse, Max. I had a bit of an argument just now.
Not with Mr. Proust.
With Mr. and Mrs. Proust.
No. Well, come on inside and give us the dirt.
Well, it was a brief flurry of words, and I'm not sure who won out.
Well, I hope you did. I had some trouble with those people once.
Yeah, Mary told the old girl off.
Wasn't very ladylike of me. Sit down here, Mr. Barton.
Yes,
Thank you. Well, they called me over to reveal the details of your past, Max.
I had a hunch that was it.
I think I told you everything, Mr. Barton.
Yes, you did. It was a shock to them when they found out you had.
Hey, listen, they're so crooked they can't believe anyone is ever on the up and up.
Well, that's possibly the situation. But Mr. Proust said some things that had me worried.
About Max?
No, those things didn't disturb me. But he made threats that did.
What, he threatened you? Well, listen, I'll go over there and poke him in the nose.
Oh, no, he didn't threaten me with physical violence. But he said that his influence here in town could cause me trouble when I started to build the plant.
I was sure he'd take that approach. He knew you were concerned about the general attitude of the people in Sanders.
Oh, but listen, what can he do? You got a little peek this morning, the way the people feel about your factory.
Yes. But it's hard to say what a man like Proust might do. I'm afraid he could be pretty ruthless.
Oh, and how he can. He's done everything but have me taken for a ride.
Well, he may be tricky and underhanded, Mr. Barton, but he's not particularly brilliant. A really intelligent man would always have the advantage over him.
I can appreciate that. But there's still the element of chance when you're dealing with this type of person. You might be just lucky enough to do you real harm.
Well, I guess now you're worried about sinking $1 million in the factory here.
Well, it has made me stop and consider.
I think I understand your position, Mr. Barton, but don't you think we take some chance in everything we do? For instance, if you were to decide to build somewhere else, you might encounter difficulties there. Possibly they'd be of a different nature, but I'm sure you'd find some.
Well, that's true enough.
Yeah.
Then it's really a question of weighing the advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, and we've got plenty of advantages in Sanders, Mr. Barton.
Yes, I've considered those.
Yeah. Well, then I guess it's up to you.
Mary, I hope you don't mind if I call you that.
Oh, I wish you would.
Well, Mary and Max, I like you both. You've made me see a great many things in a new light. Business was always business to me. Cold dollars and cents. But you've shown me there are other things to be considered. Human things. Things that are much more important. It's been quite an innovation to a man like myself. What do you say I sit down and sign those papers before I stop being sentimental and change my mind? Mr. Barton, we don't think there are many businesses that have failed because they've been run by human beings. People that allowed their hearts to influence them occasionally. We're for it, and we sincerely think you're doing the right thing. Everybody wants a bright, alluring smile. You do, of course. Well, that means you must have beautiful teeth. But for beautiful, bright teeth, you should have healthy gums. So let me urge you to use Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, Ipana toothpaste with gum massage every time you brush your teeth. For Ipana is specially designed for massage as well as for cleaning your teeth. And massage with Ipana helps make your gums healthier, your teeth brighter, your smile more lovely and attractive. I suggest that you start Ipana and massage promptly. Get Ipana today and use it with massage tonight. After you brush your teeth, put a little extra Ipana on, brush your fingertip, and gently massage your gums. It's easy. And listen, you have a feeling almost instantly that Ipana and massage are actually benefiting you. For you feel a distinctive tang in your mouth. A stimulating tang exclusive with this famous dentifrice and massage. That means lazy, flabby gums are being stimulated, made firmer, healthier. So get an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste from your druggist today. Monday brings new interest when Phyllis learns about the famous Dr. DeRoy. Will this great physician be able to help her? you'll want to hear this interesting chapter in the life of Mary Sothern.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has been going with Philip Boynton for quite some time now. 6 years, to be exact. But only once or twice during that period did she have to worry about the eternal triangle.
And that's not unusual when your boyfriend is the eternal square. Still, I must admit, I did see green about 2 weeks ago when Mr. Boynton began dating a young society beauty named Lucy Fairchild. I got angry, we had an argument, and I finally asked Mr. Boynton to choose between us. Did he want a beautiful young society girl with $1 million, or a steadily employed English teacher with a guaranteed pension in 20 years? Oddly enough, he chose me. And to make my happiness complete, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, invited the two of us to spend this past weekend with him and Mrs. Conklin at their cabin on Crystal Lake. Friday morning, my landlady was in my room with me, helping me pack, when she suddenly began to get sentimental.
Connie, do you realize this is the first time we've been separated in almost a year? Oh, I am going to miss you, dear. Promise me you'll write every day.
But, Mrs. Davis, I'm only going to be gone 2 days. Why, I'd be home before the first letter reached you.
Oh, how nice. Then we could both sit down and read it together.
Better still, why don't I write the letter now and let you read it to me while I'm packing? I know just what I'd say in it. I'd tell you what a wonderful time I'm having with Mr. Boynton.
I hope it comes true, dear. It's just too bad Osgood will be around to pester you two.
You're not kidding. Ever since Mr. Conklin saved Mr. Stone by pulling him out of that open elevator shaft, he's been playing the hero role to the hilt. But to spend the weekend with Mr. Boynton, I can even bear Mr. Conklin.
Connie, I know it's a touchy subject, but, well, has Mr. Boynton really given up that society girl?
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Boynton is through with the Crepe Suzette's crowd. I think he realizes now that we donut dunkers were made for each other.
Still, I wonder...
Wonder what, Mrs. Davis?
Well, it's probably just my imagination, but this whole thing reminds me of a book I read.
Oh?
You and Mr. Boynton going up to a lonely cabin in the woods. It's before the regular season opens, nobody around. He's torn between you and that society girl. He takes you out in a shaky rowboat. Connie, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy? Oh, Mrs. Davis, you certainly have an imagination. What an utterly fantastic thought.
Oh, of course it is, dear. Of course it is. It's an utterly fantastic idea.
Look, Mrs. Davis, for your information, Mr. Boynton has never even read an American tragedy. Now, let's just forget the whole thing. Oh, that's Walter to drive me to school. Come in, Walter. The door's open. Mrs. Davis, please, not a word to Walter about what we've been discussing, or I'll never hear the end of it.
Honey, I give you my word, my lips are sealed. And you know when I give anyone my word, I could be drowning and pardon me, dear. Oh, good morning, Walter.
And a good morning to the two fairest ladies of my acquaintance. Hey, it looks like you're practically all set for the big weekend, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Walter. A mad, glorious weekend away from classrooms, books, and American-born students who refuse to learn the English language.
Yeah, but you'll still have old Marblehead. You'll have Mr. Conklin with you. Harriet says that living with him these days is like living with a combination of John Wayne and Fearless Fosdick. Did you see the poem he wrote called Keep Your Head? It covers the entire school bulletin board. 32 stanzas. Did you read it, Miss Brooks? It's all about courage.
I read it, Walter, and for the first time I was glad I was a coward. But Mr. Conklin or no Mr. Conklin, I'm looking forward to a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You and Mr. Boynton away together in a lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody near, no society girl around. Just the two of you out in the lake alone in Mr. Conklin's shaky rowboat? Hey, it's an American tragedy all over again.
American tragedy. Why, Walter, that's the most fantastic thing I ever heard of.
In the last 30 seconds. Actually, it's a perfectly ridiculous idea.
Oh, I wasn't for a minute implying that such a thought would ever enter Mr. Boynton's head.
Well, I'm glad of that. Now, just forget the whole thing.
Only, why has he been reading that book for the past 3 weeks?
He's been reading an American tragedy?
Oh, but, Connie, what difference does it make? There's probably no connection between the two.
Oh, of course not. No connection between the two. None at all. None whatsoever. Absolutely no connection. Now, the whole thing is absurd, Walter. The whole idea of going up to the cabin was Mr. Conklin's, not Mr. Boynton's idea, and I don't expect to go out on the lake up there anyway.
Oh, sure. Sure, there's no comparison between the two situations. I'm sorry if I made you nervous, Miss Brooks.
Nervous? Me nervous? Don't be silly, Walter.
Connie, I don't want to rush you, but don't you think you should be on your way to school?
Right, Mrs. Davis, I'm all ready. Come on, Walter. Let's get into your boat and row to school. Oh, good morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Why so depressed this morning, dear?
I just left Daddy's office.
If you were just entering, you'd have an even better reason.
Oh, honestly, since Daddy rescued Mr. Stone a few weeks ago, there's simply no living with him. Mother says she's heard so many stanzas of his poem, Keep Your Head, she's losing hers. Gosh, I certainly don't envy you being up at Crystal Lake with Daddy over the weekend.
Well, with Mr. Boynton along to keep me company, I'm certain I'll manage.
Oh, of course, it should be great for the two of you. Away together in our lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody around for miles. That society girl forgotten. Just the two of you out on the lake alone in Daddy's wobbly rowboat.
Harriet, I won't have you implying this is another American tragedy.
But, Miss Brooks, I wasn't implying.
You weren't?
Of course not. There's certainly no reason to be suspicious of a man just because he suggested to Daddy that he open his cabin and invite you along.
Mr. Boynton asked your father to open his cabin and invite me along? Is this Mr. Boynton's idea?
Well, yes, but that's certainly nothing to be upset about.
Upset? Who's upset? Why should I be upset? Besides, Mr. Boynton has never said anything about going out in any boat. He's never mentioned that. Never once. So why should I be upset?
Good morning, Miss Brooks. What did I do to deserve such a charming greeting? Now, step into my office, please. I want to have a word with you.
Yes, sir. I'll see you later, Harriet.
Bye, Miss Brooks.
You needn't sit down, since this won't take a minute, Miss Brooks. I presume you've seen my poem on the bulletin board. I posted it yesterday, just before lunch. You couldn't miss it going to the cafeteria. Did you read it?
Yes, sir, and it saved me lunch money. I read it, sir.
The first two stanzas I consider the most important. Keep your head by Osgood Conklin. When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head and never lose cheer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. Ride the crest of the wave. Miss Brooks, tell me truthfully, have you ever heard anything so inspirational?
Not since Casey at the bat.
Now, on my desk this morning was this piece of paper, and on it is a dastardly satire some ignorant buffoon made of those precious verses. Go on and read it, Miss Brooks.
When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head like a good glass of beer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head, you'll have something to shave.
Who could have done this to me, Miss Brooks? Who could have played this ghastly trick on Osgood Conklin? Who? Miss Brooks, are you listening to me?
Oh.
Did you hear what I said?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin. I really don't know who could have written it. Will you excuse me now, sir? I'm not myself today. I feel a little nervous.
Oh, well, then this weekend with us up at the lake will do you good. You'll have plenty of opportunity to be alone with Mr. Boynton. You've always wanted that, haven't you?
Yes, but not quite this way. That is, it should be nice, sir.
It certainly should be for both of you. But something he asked me yesterday has me a little puzzled.
Something he asked you?
Yes. He asked me, did I have a good, strong rowboat?
Good, strong rowboat. He asked you that? Well, when did he ask you that?
Right after he asked me how deep the middle of the lake was.
How deep the middle of the lake was?
Well, yes. Looks like Mr. Boynton plans to drown you. Why, what's the matter, Miss Brooks? Where's your sense of humor? I was only joking. I'm certain such a delightful, hideous thought never entered Boynton's head.
Oh, no, I'm certain it didn't, sir. Absolutely certain. Now, if you'll please excuse me.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Down to the pool to learn to swim.
Oh, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all, Mr. Boynton. Well, nice bumping into you. On dry land, that is. See you next week sometime. Bye.
Next week? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about? You haven't forgotten our trip this weekend, have you?
Oh, no. I remember the weekend under Crystal Lake. On Crystal Lake. But frankly, I've been thinking of staying home this weekend.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised to go. I thought we'd patched up our little difference, and I really have been looking forward to it.
You really have been looking forward to it?
Yes, and I've made some plans. Little on the romantic side, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't matter. With me, both sides are romantic. Oh, gosh, how could I have been so silly? What are your plans, Mr. Boynton?
Well, tonight after dinner, just as the full moon comes out in a perfect blue sky, we'll go out in Mr. Conklin's rowboat. I'll need just one big, powerful oar. And I'll show you how to sit so you don't rock the boat. And even if you do fall into the lake, I can swim. Look, why are you looking at me that way? What is it? Oh, I think I know what's bothering you. You're mystified as to my actual reason for this trip. Now, isn't that it?
No, I've read chapter 23.
My actual reason for going up to the lake is to gather first-hand information on the nocturnal habits of the speckled-throated frog.
The nocturnal habits of the speckled-throated frog?
I'm doing some highly confidential research work for a biological paper I'm writing. I wasn't even going to tell you until we got up there.
And that's the only other reason you wanted to go out with me in a rowboat tonight?
What did you think I wanted to go out with you for? To repeat an American tragedy?
It was a perfectly crazy idea. How could a thought like that even enter my mind?
Of course. Well, I've got a class now, Miss Brooks. I'll pick you up at your house at 4 o'clock sharp. I'll just honk my horn and you come out.
I should be all packed by then, but if I'm not right out, tread water for, wait for a few minutes, will you?
Osgood, ever since we arrived at the cabin 3 hours ago, you've been behaving ridiculously. Now come out of that rowboat this instant.
Quiet, passion flower. Believe me, Boynton has gone completely berserk. Everything he's done so far clearly indicates he plans to marinate Miss Brooks tonight.
Osgood, please stop hiding under that tarpaulin. They're bound to see you sooner or later.
Believe me, Poopsie girl. Your Osgood knows what he's doing. I've collected facts from Walter Dent and Harriet and Miss Brooks herself, and there's no question about it. Boynton plans to end his romantic obligations to Miss Brooks by bashing her over the skull and using her as bass bait. But I am going to save her.
Save. Osgood, since you pulled Mr. Stone out of that elevator shaft and became a hero, you've been simply impossible. Now, please get out of that boat before they come down here.
Worry not for your Osgood safety, my pet. He knows how heroes are expected to act in emergencies, and he shall not be found wanting. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head.
And you'll have something to shave.
No! When it was you wrote that satire. For 20 years, I've clasped a Delilah to my bosom.
Honey, now, please get out of that boat. Oh, very well, be a hero. And when Mr. Boynton finds you hiding under that tarpaulin, I hope he hangs something besides a medal under your eye.
We'll return in a moment.
You know, being a good driver is more than just turning on the ignition and stepping on the gas. You have to know where you're going, look where you're going, and getting there depends on the brakes. Have you checked your brakes lately?
Well, there was no doubt in Mr. Conklin's mind Mr. Boynton was going to end his romantic idyll with Miss Brooks by using her to fatten up the fishes. So, to prevent another American tragedy, when the two took his rowboat out on Crystal Lake, he hid himself under the tarpaulin.
Oh, gosh, isn't it nice and peaceful out here on the lake, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it sure is, Miss Brooks. I wonder if you'd mind. That is, well, can I hold your hand?
I doubt it. We're about 8 feet apart.
You could sit closer. Why don't you sit on that tarpaulin?
Oh, no, thanks. I tried it before, and I felt like I was sitting on a mass of whale blubber. What was that?
Oh, probably the mating call of the speckled-throated bullfrog. Would you like me to tell you about the love life of the frog, Miss Brooks?
Right now, I'm trying to develop one of my own. I mean, some other time, Mr. Boynton.
Well, maybe I could move a little closer to you.
No, stay where you are. I'll come to you.
Very well. Only be careful. This boat's awfully shaky. Now, here, I'll hold the oar up high and give you... Hold it, Boynton! There'll be no American tragedy in this boat. Mr. Conklin, then it was you under the tarpaulin.
See? I told you it felt like a mass of whale blubber. Mr. Conklin, what are you doing in this boat?
What am I doing? Miss Brooks, wherever a human life is in peril, there you will find Osgood Conklin. Confess, Boynton, what are you doing out here on the lake with Miss Brooks and that oar? We're rowing around studying the nocturnal habits of the speckled bullfrog. Good boy, I knew if I put it to you that way, you'd confess. You were going to bash her head in, drown her, then swim to shore and plead that you're rowing around studying the habits of the speckled bullfrog.
Back under the tarpaulin again? Mr. Conklin, I know it's bad news for you, but let's face it. Mr. Boynton was not trying to drown me.
Not trying to drown you? But he can't do this to me. I mean, I worked so hard to be well, just to play it safe, Boynton, I'll take that oar. But, sir, this is preposterous. Nothing will happen in this boat as long as Osgood Conklin is here.
That's just the trouble.
Oh, but, sir. Very well, if you won't give it to me, I'll have to wrest it from you. Release that oar, Boynton. Oh, good gosh. There goes our only oar. Oh, we'll never find it in the dark. Our only oar?
Yes, and heaven knows where we are on this lake. We've been drifting for an hour. We're probably miles from land by now. How are we going to get back without an oar?
Sir, frankly, I'm worried, too. There's no one else on this lake. Who knows how long we'll be out here? And why are we all so nervous? True, this is a period of crisis, but luckily you have Osgood Conklin aboard. I shall be your captain.
We're dead. What Mr. Boynton said is right, sir. It might be days before we're rescued.
There's nothing to eat in the boat. With a little ingenuity, Boynton, we'll find something to eat.
Don't look at me, sir. I'm indigestible.
But first, I'll run this ship the way it should be run. Mr. Boynton, you will sit fore and keep a sharp lookout for smoke on the horizon. Miss Brooks, you may sit aft and troll for small fish with a bobby pin tied on his shoelace. I shall sit here and steer the boat manually using that good old North Star as my guide.
But, sir, that's the moon you're pointing at.
And I thought it seemed a rather odd shape for a star. Let's try to get organized, shall we? Clear thinking is the ticket. Lacking an oar, we shall need to improvise a sail immediately. I'll need some large white garments. Miss Brooks?
You won't get a stitch from me.
Well, then, Boynton, I suggest we use your shirt as a sail.
Second the motion. And let's throw in his undershirt, too, sir. His shirt ought to do nicely.
Well, sir, can't we wait until morning for all this? You'll obey orders, Boynton, while I am captain of this ship.
Iron below, sir.
We can dispense with your levity, Miss Brooks. And now, before anything else, as a source of hope and inspiration, let us all bow our heads and prayerfully intone the first verse of my poem, Keep Your Head. By Osgood Cogswell.
Why not let me try to swim to shore for help, sir?
But, Miss Brooks, you can't swim.
Well, there's no time like the present to learn. Say, am I imagining things, or is this boat sinking?
Sinking? Holy cow, you're right. There's a leak. A leak? Where? Good grief! Water's coming in. There is a leak. The boat's sinking. I can't swim. I don't think this boat can last 5 minutes the way the water's coming in. Maybe much less. Well, keep your head, boy. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky, boy. You need all your head. All of it, every ounce of it. Just hold me ashore.
Oh, you ashore? What about me, sir? I can't swim either. And you know the tradition of the sea. The captain goes down with his ship.
Not in the ship. Grab my hair, boy. Don't just sit there. Keep a clear head, boy. Clear. Here, grab my arm. Which arm do you want? Take your choice. Oh, help me, boy. Help me. Steady, sir. Let's not lose our head.
Just think of your poem, sir. When others about you show panic and fear.
Oh, stop that idiotic balderdash! Now help me, Boynton. I have a wife and family. Miss Brooks has no wife. Nothing. Oh, leave me, Boynton. Who's that? Mother! Good heavens, I see the mother of my child! Must be flashing before my eyes.
Osgood, come on. What are you babbling about?
Mother, is that really you? How did you get out here? Are you treading water?
What for? The lake is only 3 feet deep here. Shouting, so I put on your hip boots and waded out.
It's only 3 feet deep here?
Now will you let the women and children go first?
Mrs. Conklin, just where are we now?
Oh, the cabin is just around the bend, Mr. Boynton. Now, Osgood, will you kindly explain just why my big hero suddenly went to pieces?
Went to pieces? Why, Martha, what a fantastic idea. Oh, I will admit I was a little upset, but it was more for the safety of Mr. Boynton and Miss Brooks than myself. My first concern was for their safety. Isn't that so, Miss Brooks?
Well, what do you say, Miss Brooks?
The next time you run Mr. Conklin's bath, be sure you throw in a life preserver.
Honest for starring in Bart. Larry Vernon, written by Arthur Oldsberg and Lou Derman with the music of Bud Bluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. This is the American Forces Network, Europe.
Blue Star blades and mow them down.
Friends, no razor blades are sharper than Blue Star blades. So why pay more? Switch to Blue Star and get the quickest, smoothest shaves you ever had. You'll agree Blue Star blades win on face value.
Why pay more for razor blades when your face won't know you did?
And now, transcribed from Hollywood, the American Safety Razor Corporation, makers of Blue Star razor blades, presents The Red Skelton Show.
Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled I Bought a Fighter, and it stars Red Skelton.
Say, Mr. Fred, have you seen the morning paper? I wanted to read you about those 14 camels who are now smoking doctors.
Paper? Yes, sir. Here it is.
Get a load of these headlines. I love the guys that write these things. Here's an item about a fellow who was a meat packer, and he divorced his wife because she talked too much. But now look at the headline. It says, Meat Packer Cans Tongue.
Well, here's a silly headline here. Red Skelton buys prize fighter Slugger Bozo.
Yeah. How do you like the fights, anyhow, huh?
Oh, I must admit I don't care much for prize fighting. I think they should do something to keep people away from such degrading exhibitions.
Yes. I can't stand fights myself. I can't stand the sight of beer. They have a thing now called television. You know, another joke like that will make CBS move to another network.
Tell me, how much did the fighter cost you?
$175. He weighs 175 pounds, so that's about $1 a pound. You can't get steak for that, you know.
Tell me, do you think this Slugger Bozo is a good fighter?
I think so. He's been married for 10 years.
You know, I think you've been bamboozled.
What's your language?
Well, if I were you, I'd give this fighter back.
Well, I'm sorry, it's too late. He's already in escrow.
Oh, by the way, Dave Rose is in the living room.
Oh, he is?
Mm-hmm.
He is? That's what it says. Look at the audience and be surprised. He is? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, Mr. Skelton, could I have the day off? I have a date.
Oh, you have a date, huh? Well, go to your room and eat it. Oh, a date! A date! I thought you were a woman hater.
No, I am, but the woman I hate is out of town today.
Okay, you go ahead. I'm going to open the door and see what Dave Rose is playing.
When you looked in the mirror this morning, did you wonder who cares about your face? Well, here's a man who does.
Yes, Ben, that's right. And that's why I want you to switch to the razor blades that always win on face value. Blue Star razor blades, and for good reason, too. Because Blue Star blades are made of the finest blue steel. And they're ground and honed in oil, just like blades costing much more. That's why Blue Star razor blades give you such quick, smooth shaves again and again. Yet, a regular package of single or double-edged Blue Star blades costs only 10 cents. The large economy-size dispensers save you even more money. So why pay more for razor blades when your face won't know you did? Buy some Blue Star razor blades tomorrow. Try them. You'll agree Blue Star wins on face value. So
why pay more for razor blades when your face won't know you did?
Say, Fred, has O'Connor called today?
Yes, he left word he was going over to Junior's house and watch the ball game on television.
Well, I won't bother him. But I sure would like to see the expression on his face when he finds out that I bought a prize fighter. You say he's over at Junior's house, huh?
Junior, where are you?
You guessed, Mummy.
Well, now, let me see. In the cookie jar?
Oh, but I had to give you a hint.
Just look at my cookie jar.
I hate to admire my own work, but it sure looked nice.
Now, don't get smarty. Look, I want you to get ready for bed.
I'm not going to bed tonight. I give the Sandman his night off.
You are, too, going to bed. Rod O'Connor called and wants to watch the ball game on television, and I don't want you pestering him.
Oh, boy, is old Lord Boy coming over here? Oh, boy, man the booby trapped.
Now, look here, Junior. If you so much as... Oh, that's probably Lard Boy.
I get you all sooner or later, don't I?
Let him in, dear, while I go change my dress.
You do that, boy. Oh, how I love to have Fatso to come over here just to drive him crazy. Of course, with him, it's not a drive, it's a short putt. Well, welcome to Life Can Be Miserable. Come in, sucker.
Well, Junior, what are you doing loose? Your mother promised me you'd be chained up.
I'm supposed to entertain you until Mummy comes down, you see.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to entertain me, or would you like to pay me a little protection money?
Well, I'm not going to pay you any protection, so put that water pistol down.
Oh, hadn't you heard? This is not a water pistol. I have converted to ink.
Well, now, look, don't point that pistol at me. Don't point that pistol at me. I have on a clean white shirt.
But I can make it turn blue, boy. Blue boy. Sounds like a Gainsborough production. Blue boy. Say, would you like to donate a nickel to the Good Humor Man Fund?
Okay, here's your nickel.
Oh, me sweet tooth thanks you. Mm-hmm. Now, I will sit here in the easy chair in front of the television.
No, I will sit in the easy chair in front of the television. Boy, it really feels good, too.
You comfortable?
Yes.
I'll bet me fog's not.
Why?
You sitting on him.
What?
Get off of the television set, will you?
Well, hello, Rod. Has Junior been entertaining you?
Yes, he has. Can't you tell by my gray hair? Lorraine, do you know that Junior has his water pistol loaded with ink?
You big fat killjoy. Go draw a picture on the wall. And you stand in back of it, and you say, Killjoy was here.
He was only teasing you. He doesn't have ink in his gun. Do you, Junior?
She must be new around here. Well, I won't answer any questions until I see me mouthpiece.
Well, you shouldn't let him scare you, Rod. There's only water in this gun. Now watch. I'll shoot it in my mouth and show you.
We'll give you all the time you want, but it's not going to get you anything, believe me. The Academy's is over, believe me. You know what? With your red hair and your black tongue, you look just like a chow dog now.
Dust! You come with me, young man. I'm going to give you the whipping of your life.
Let go of me here. You be sorry, Mr. O'Connor. Red Skelton fighter's going to beat you up. I'm going to hire him to do it.
Now, you just go to bed, young man.
Say, what did Junior mean, Skelton's fighter?
Why, haven't you seen the papers? Look.
Oh, no. I'll see you later. I got to go see Skelton. Well, how's everything, Skelton?
In the pink.
Yeah? Well, you're going to be in the red if this newspaper report is true. It's about you buying that fighter.
Well, let's see the paper.
And you better sit down before you read it.
Oh, look at that. There's my picture on the front page. That's good of me, isn't it, huh?
That's a picture of General Eisenhower.
Oh, well, maybe I'm on the second page, huh? Yeah, there, look. General Eisenhower again, huh? Maybe I'm on the next page, huh? Boy, that Eisenhower's consistent, ain't he?
It's on the last page, Red.
Oh, here it is. Red Skelton, MGM employee buys contract of washed-up fighter. It's nice to know that he's been cleaned. What is this?
Keep reading.
Washed-up fighter, Slugger Bozo, better known as Califlar McPug. Oh, no, not that bum that hears bells and birds all the time. Oh, no, it can't be. Gee, oh, no. Let's get excited. Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy, I've been bamboozled. How'd you find out about this, McPug?
Well, when I saw this picture, I thought it was him, so I called him on the phone. When he answered, he said it was the 10th time the phone rang, but the first time that anyone answered.
Oh, gosh, I feel like blowing my brains out. Oh, but I can't do that.
No gun?
No brains. Oh, why, this McPug can't even shadow box without getting knocked out.
Well, come on, maybe we better go see McPug.
Yeah, I don't want him to accept any fights while I own him.
Well, maybe you better read the rest of this article. He's offered to fight Jim Hogan at the policeman's benefit next week.
Oh, no. Come on, let's go talk to that bum. Are you sure this is where McPug lives? Boy, this is a pretty cheap neighborhood. This is Skid Row without skids.
Hey, yeah, look at those two bums slinking along that store window.
Yeah. Such crummy characters I've never seen. Oh. We're looking in a mirror.
Yeah, I guess our suits do need pressing.
Yeah. Pressing? Oh, you dreamer, you. Oh, this can't be the place here.
You wait here. I'll go in his flea bag and see if Cauliflower really lives here.
Want to go with you?
No, I can lift this manhole cover by myself. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Anyone here?
Yep, here I am. Do. And may I be the first to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Very much. Thank you, indeed. Clem Cadiddlehopper, well, at least you must like your job. You're singing.
No, is that what it is? I thought I hit a high-pressure leak in my Adam's apple. What can I do you for?
Well, do you work here?
Yeah, I'm the janitor of this establishment.
Well, if you're the janitor, why don't you wash the windows?
I wouldn't do that. Would ruin my business. You see, I take pictures through those windows, and I sell them to television as old movies.
Boy, they sure skipped you when they were passing out the brains.
Yeah, I suppose. I guess they were too busy giving you a double helping of stomach.
Now, look, Clem. Could you tell me if Cauliflower McPug lives here?
Oh, you mean that punch-drunk pride fighter?
That's right.
Yeah, he's getting very popular. Everybody wants to see him. See that fella sitting over there in the corner? He wants to see him, too.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go up his room and see if he's sneaked in yet. He owes a lot of rent, so he comes up the back way.
Oh.
Hi, buddy. You got a match?
Yeah, here.
You here to see McPug?
Yes, why?
I'm interested in the boy. I read all the publicity that his manager, Red Skelton, put out on him.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, Skelton's outside. Would you like to meet him?
I most certainly would.
Hey, Skelton, come on in. I got some good news.
Oh? McPug dropped dead?
Some guy here is interested in McPug. Oh? This is Red Skelton. What's your name?
Trigger Happy McGee.
Oh.
I'm a gambler, and I got $50,000 on this fight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, it's as good as yours, boy. It's good as yours. If they carried the other guy in unconscious, McPug would win.
I don't think you understand, Blabbermouth. You see, I read all the statements you made about this glove eater. And I made the bet before I realized it was this bum McPug. Now, unless you can pay the bet off, your canvasback fighter had better win or else.
Oh, 50 grand on McPug to win, huh? What odds did you get?
1,000 to 1.
You were robbed.
Don't let him frighten you, Red.
I can't help it. I'm a coward.
No, you're not. You're brave.
Huh?
You're brave.
Yeah, I'm a brave coward.
Now, look, McPug better stay on his feet for 10 rounds, see?
Are you kidding? I could put the guy in the ring, in starched drawers and an armored suit, and he still wouldn't do it.
Look, don't kid around with him, Red. This guy's plenty tough. That's artillery there in his hip pocket.
I know. Look at the artillery. How did you get the wheels off of it?
What are you so nervous about, Big Mouth?
When I get... I'm not nervous.
And what you biting your nails for?
I'm not biting my nails. I'm scratching my teeth.
Well, let me tell you something. You better start thinking of something funny, boy. Or you'll be wearing a pair of cement shoes and saying hello to tiny little fish.
Yeah, I got news for you. We better think of something funny or we're all going to say hello to Tiny Tim next Christmas.
Well, I'll see you at the fights. You better remember what I told you.
Yeah. Gee, that's nice. He says I'm going to say hello to little fish. That's a break, you know. Yeah. I hope they throw me in the Los Angeles River. I don't mind getting dusty, but I hate getting wet. If that guy means what he says, I'm going to have a summer replacement early this year. You know that, don't you? I don't think that guy really bumped me off, do you?
Nah, I don't think so.
You don't?
No.
You mean that?
Sure. I don't think he'd bump you off.
Oh, you big fat liar.
Look, I'll drive you home and stop worrying about McPug. I'll find him and tell him to get out of town. If he doesn't show up for the fight, all bets will be off. In the meantime, let's relax and listen to the Smith twins sing Goody Goody.
You told me
playing with fire without getting burned. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. So you met someone who set you back on your heels. Goody, goody. So you met someone and now you know how it feels. Goody, goody. So you gave him your heart too, just as I gave mine to you. And he stuck it in his collection, Section 92. So you lie awake just singing the blues all night. Goody, goody. So you think that love's a bell of dynamite. Hooray and hallelujah, you had it coming to ya. Goody, goody for him, goody, goody for me. And I hope you're satisfied, you rascal, you. You had it coming to ya. Goody, goody for him. Goody, goody for me. And I hope you're satisfied. I hope you cried in pride. Goody, goody, you rascal, you.
Why pay more for a razor blade when your face won't know you did?
That's what I always say. Why pay more? You want to get shaved, not clipped.
So true, Red. And men, if you use double-edged razor blades, here's something that will interest you. You can't buy a sharper razor blade than Blue Star double-edged blades. And that's true regardless of price. No razor blades anywhere at any price give you quicker, smoother shaves than Blue Star double-edged blades. That's because Blue Star double-edged blades are made of the finest blue steel. And just like the highest price blades, they're ground and honed in oil. But you pay only 10 cents for a regular package of Blue Star double-edged blades. And you save more money in the large economy-sized dispensers. So get Blue Star double-edged razor blades tomorrow. Blue Star blades win on face value.
Speak up, faces. Tell your bodies to get Blue Star blades.
Gee, I hope McPug's here at the gym. Oh, there he is, sitting over there, that tough-looking blonde.
Well, Cauliflower, what are you going to do when you win the title?
Faint.
I'm sorry to bother you, Cauliflower, but I've got to talk to you.
Who is it? Who is it? I can't see very well.
Look, you're always complaining about your eyes. Have they ever been checked?
What's that?
I said, have your eyes ever been checked?
No, they've always been brown. White O'Connor, boy. Hey, I want you to meet my girlfriend, Irene. Irene, meet White O'Connor. White O'Connor, shake hands and come out fighting.
Hello, Irene.
Hi, Tubby.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Connor. Here, sit down, will you? I'll tell you a couple tickets to my next fight.
Well, that's what I want to talk to you about. You can't fight next week. You aren't in shape.
Oh, yes, he is. He's got to earn some money.
Now, look, Cauliflower, you're in no condition to fight, and if you fight next week and lose, it means the end for you and Skelton.
Skelton? Skelton?
Don't you know who Red Skelton is?
Oh, yeah. That phone's ringing so loud I could hardly hear you. Hey, what had that? I wish somebody answer the phone. It's getting awful noisy. Now, in that night, that's cute. Nobody would answer the phone, so what happens? It wakes up the canary. Now they're both making noise. Say that, but... Oh, that's cute.
What?
The canary just answered the phone.
Look, you shouldn't fight. You're gone. As I said before, you're gone.
I'm gone?
Yes.
Look, you should see some of them wrestlers down at the gum.
The
down
what?
At the gym. They're always having boat races down at the lake. You ought to see them poor duckers. They run down to the lake in their little shorts, you know. They jump in their little boat, see?
Yeah.
And they start rowing to see who can win to row across the lake the fastest. You ought to see them poor guys. I tell you, it's a sad time. Them guys rowing across that lake with them boat racing.
Well, what's wrong with that?
There's no water in that lake. Then he got no boat. I know. I rent them to him.
Look, Cauliflower, I'm telling you, Skelton wants you to get out of town and pass up that fight next week. If you lose, Triggerfinger McGeehan is going to kill you.
Oh, yet? Well,
Yes.
I got news for you.
Yeah?
You got nothing to worry about. If I get in the ring next week with this fighter, regardless of who he is, and it's any kind of a fight at all, no gangster's going to kill me.
No?
I got news for you. The fighter's going to beat him to it.
You've been listening to the Red Skelton Show, presented by the makers of Blue Star Razor Blades. No razor blades are sharper. No razor blades give you quicker, smoother shaves than Blue Star blades. So next time, ask for Blue Star, a precision product by ASR, and you'll agree.
I've tried them all for shaving ease, and Blue Star gets my bid. So why pay more for razor blades when your face won't know you did?
Thanks for letting us come into your homes, and we'll be with you again next week. And this is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And don't forget, Blue Star Blades.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. Yes, from Hollywood, it's the transcribed Abbott and Costello Show with their singing stars Susan Miller and Matty Melnick's orchestra and yours truly, Michael Roy. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello. What have you got under your arm?
Well, my mother sent this family album over to Aunt May.
Let me see it a minute. Mm-hmm. Well, here's a picture of Uncle Mike. He's standing by Boulder Dam, isn't he?
That's not Boulder Dam. That's Aunt May. Her girdle and the camera snapped at the same time.
Here's a picture of your brother Pat. Wait a minute. Who's that tall, skinny girl with the curls holding his hand?
That's me.
You? Mm-hmm. I'll bet all the boys thought you were a girl.
Yes. And the nice part of it was, the girls thought I was too.
Wait a minute. Hey, how did this get in here? This is a picture of my Uncle Harry. Oh, he was a real sport, though. That's a bowling ball he has in his hand.
Bowling ball? Why is it chained to his leg?
Costello, your income tax plan came in this morning. Do you realize that you only have a few days left to file your income tax?
I took care of that, Abbott. And this year it's going to cost me a lot less.
Why?
I put the government down as a dependent.
Dummy, you can't do that. You don't even know the first thing about income taxes.
Is that so? Well, listen to this. First, you get down to the tax bureau, walk inside. There's a guy sitting down with a lot of papers and pencils. He's the income tax collector.
That's right.
First, you take all the money you made last year.
Then?
That's all. He just takes all the money you made last year.
That's ridiculous. I'll try to explain it to you. Here, take this tax form and read the first paragraph. Are you living with husband or wife?
I have no wife, and I'm not living with my husband.
Oh, I see. You left him, eh?
Yes, because he beat me.
Why did
and
you
he
do
was
it?
mean to the children. He beat me. He was mean to the children. He. Wait a minute. I haven't got any husband. I'm an old maid.
Well, skip that and go on to the next question. Here, read it.
It says, did you or did you not, during the fiscal year of 1947, follow procedure according to Schedule 4, Section 17, Drawing Room 8?
Well, did you?
I wanted to, but I had to go by bus.
How can I help if you're going to act so dumb? You must have your taxes in by March 15th. All of us must. Our government needs that money more than ever. This year, especially for expenses here at home.
What do they do with it here at home, Abbott?
Well, for instance, there's the FHA. Do you know how that works?
Is anything like OB?
What is OB?
That's BO, spelled backwards.
No. That's the FHA is the Federal Housing Administration. Now, suppose you wanted to buy a house. That cost, say, $5,000, and you only had $2,000. What would you do?
I'd marry a girl with $3,000.
Costello, how can you be such an imbecile?
I practice.
You practice? No use discussing money with you. You don't even know the difference between capital and labor.
Oh, yes, I do. Now, if I lend you $10, that's capital.
That's right.
But when I try to get it back, that's labor.
Shame on you, Costello. You should pay your taxes with a smile.
I tried that, Abbott, but they want cash.
Are you two gentlemen Abbott and Costello?
Yes?
Well, I'm from the Income Tax Department, and I'm here to collect your 1950 taxes.
1950 taxes? This is only 1948.
My goodness, aren't we impatient?
Abbott, those income tax collectors are pretty sharp. They sure know how to get your money. I met an income tax man once on a plane, and we hit 4 air pockets. He had his hand in every one of them.
Never mind that. You better get busy on your income tax. Do you have any surplus money?
I'm so broke I had to dump 4 bottles of Coca-Cola in the sink so I could collect the deposit on the bottles.
Well, being broke makes no difference. You've got to file your income tax. And remember, you've got to give them an honest count.
Abbott, how can you make such an insinuation? I always give them an honest count. I'm patriotic. And besides that, they watch you too close.
Costello, you'll never be able to make out your return. Come with me. I'm going to take you to an income tax accountant. Costello, here's the income tax accountant's office. Now, do as he tells you because he knows all about finance.
Well, I know a little about finance, too. I studied finance with Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Guggenheim, and Rita Hayworth.
Well, what could you learn from Rita Hayworth?
More than I learned from Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt.
Talk sense. Let's go into the accountant's office.
Oh, come right in, Mr. Abbott and Miss Costello. What can I do for you?
Well, Costello wants to file his income tax. He's having a little trouble with the complicated form.
Oh, the forms are certainly complicated.
Yeah.
The only persons who can figure them out are school teachers.
Yes, school teachers are the only ones smart enough to figure out the tax, but it don't do them no good.
Why not?
They don't make enough to pay a tax.
Well, let's get on to business. And Mr. Costello, how much money did you make last year?
Well, I'm...
Speak right up, young man. Speak right up. All this information's confidential.
Well, I made...
Tell me about it. Come on, tell me about it. How much you made?
Well, it was about...
What's the matter? Has the cat got your tongue? Get the marbles out of your mouth.
I thought only in pictures I have a stuntman.
Well, come on,
I got a
Costello.
professional spitter out of marbles.
Come on, Costello. Answer the man's question.
Hey, Costello, did you work last year?
Oh, yes, I had a very steady job.
What did you do?
I refereed all the fights at Zeros.
Now, for the fiscal year of 1947, by what method did you ascertain your income?
Here, watch your language. This program is being broadcasted to school children in Japan.
The man wants to know how you file out your form last year.
Collector wrote that joke.
Lou, the man wants to know how you filled out your form last year.
By eating mashed potatoes and banana splits.
Well, let's look over your papers. Did you make any donations to charity?
Oh, sure. I gave $502 to the Los Angeles Police Department.
Did you get a receipt?
The parking tickets are in my car.
Hold everything, Costello. After checking over your return, I find that you've earned $495 last year. And if you don't make any more money between now and March 15th, you don't have to pay any income tax.
Fine. Now, how much are you going to charge Costello for filling out his return?
Well, I have family group rates. If you could get me your Uncle Mike's business, I might get you a reduction.
Uncle Mike already filled out his tax form. He put down $59,000 tax.
Wait a minute. How can your Uncle Mike pay $59,000 tax when he only makes $14 a week?
He went down to the post office to fill out his form, and while he was standing in line, he copied from the guy in front of him.
Look, Costello, hasn't he any dependents?
Yes, 20 kids. 10 from Aunt May's first marriage.
Wait a minute. You mean Aunt May has 10 children from her first marriage and 10 from Uncle Mike?
Yes, he copied from the guy in front of him. I'm happy. Why am I happy? No income tax to pay. No problem.
Here I am.
Up to now.
Well, if it isn't my sweet little wife, Betty. How are you, Betty, darling?
Bobby, I'm so excited. I just came from the doctor, and he's going to change my nose.
That's good. Maybe this time they'll put it in the middle of your face.
Now, you go ahead, Costello. Insult me all you want, but my husband thinks I'm beautiful. Don't you, Bobby, dear?
Yes, darling. Your hair looks beautiful tonight.
Oh, well, it should. I just had it washed.
Oh, I could tell that, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, you could?
The laundry tag is still tied to your bangs.
Well, what's the idiot so happy about tonight?
Oh, Costello just filed his personal income tax.
Oh, you fat little businessman, you. I'd hate to pay a tax on your corporation. I taxed my brains for that one.
Abbott, there's no tax on abandoned property.
That reminds me that I owe you $20 for mowing the lawn last month.
Oh, that's swell. And I certainly could use...
Hey, wait a minute. Don't take it, Costello. Remember what the man said about taking any more money before March 15th?
Ooh, that's right.
Hey.
Mrs. Abbott, I don't want your money.
Well, but you did the work, and the money is yours.
Oh, Mrs. Abbott, you couldn't force me to take that money.
Well, if you won't take the money, then I must give you a great big kiss.
You forced me. Goodbye, Mrs. Abbott.
Now, Costello, look what you've done. You've got $20 too much money.
Abbott, don't let him put me in jail.
Hiya, fellas. Well, it's our orchestra leader, Matty Melnick.
Abbott, maybe I can unload this dough on him. Say, Matty, could you use $20?
No, I got plenty of money. By the way, Costello, here's the $20 I borrowed from you last Saturday.
Oh, I forgot about that, Matty. You want to give me money? Oh, no.
Costello, remember your income tax?
I did. That's what I remember. Matty, you couldn't force me to take that money.
Okay. If you won't take the money, I'll give you a swell routine that I wrote for you and Abbott. You say to Abbott, what's on first? And Abbott says, no, who's on first and what's on second? And you say, I don't know.
Wait a minute. That's enough. Wait a minute. You forced me. Give me the money.
Okay. So long, fellas.
Costello, you did it again. Now you've got $40 too much money.
I'll get rid of it. I'll go out and spend it.
What can you buy with $40?
Well, if you lend me $5, that will make $45, and I might be able to buy a couple of pork chops.
Well, hello, boys.
Look, Costello, it's Susan Miller.
Hello, Costello, honey. I haven't seen you since the cocktail party last Saturday. Did you get home all right?
Yes, but I woke up the next morning with 2 big circles under my eyes.
From staying up late?
No, somebody set a couple of wet beer glasses on my face.
By the way, Costello, I'm selling raffle tickets for my club. They're $5 apiece, and
I'll buy 8 of them.
Costello, 8 tickets would be $40. Can you afford to buy 8?
I can't afford to buy any less.
Costello, I appreciate your spirit, but you couldn't force me to take that money.
Susan, you sell me 8 tickets and take this $40, or I'll kiss you right here.
You forced me. Here's the tickets. Goodbye.
Nice work, Costello. That $40 you gave Susan brought you back to your $495, your original non-taxable income. Now, do you think you can keep from making any more money before March 15th, please?
Oh, certainly. My Uncle Tom taught me that a man can do anything that he puts his mind to. Uncle Tom once made up his mind to be a butterfly. He hollered, "I'm a butterfly. I'm a butterfly."
Did he turn into a butterfly?
No, but they took him away in a net.
Boys, I rushed back here just as fast as I could. Have you heard the news? Somebody won a lot of money.
Well, that's all right, Susan. I expected to lose, but I'll be a big success someday.
Costello, to be a success, you've got to have brains.
I got brains.
And you've got to work hard.
I'll work hard.
And you've got to keep away from women.
I'll work hard. Who cares about money? I even wish I had more money to lose.
You have now.
Good. And I'm... What did you say, Susan?
Yes, Costello. The 8 chances you took from me won the first 8 prizes in the raffle. And here's the money. $3,000.
Oh, Susan, what have you done to me? After what we've meant to each other, I've always treated you nice. I took you out, took you to the swellest places, showed you a good time, and now a few days before the income taxes are due, you put me in the higher bracket. Oh, I wish I was dead.
Costello, I don't understand you. Well, why don't you take the $3,000 and sink it in something?
That's a great idea. Where is the nearest river?
Come on, Costello, we've got to work fast. See you later, Susan.
Abbott, what do we do now?
Why, you ingrate. You and your raffle tickets. Here I work my fingers to the bone. I slave. I stay up nights thinking how to keep you broke. And you go behind my back and win $3,000. Why? Why do you do these things to me?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
I'll say you are. You know, I've come to the conclusion you have the brain of a low-grade moron.
Abbott, you can have it back anytime you want it.
Now, you listen to me. You got to get rid of that $3,000. Or we'll have to pay income tax on it now.
That's impossible.
What do you mean?
$3,000 won't pay the income tax on $3,000. I wonder how I can get rid of this money.
Wait a minute, I've got it. We give $1,000 apiece to the first 3 people we meet.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen, but I'm in distress. Will you help me out?
Help you out of distress? Lady, you can't walk around the street without a dress.
Oh, cut this out, Costello. Come on, give this lady $1,000.
$1,000?
That's right. And here it is. $1,000 right on the nose. Be happy.
Be happy? I certainly will. Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Now, come on, Costello. Come on. You've got $2,000 left. Let's get rid of it. Fast.
All right, you guys. This is a stick-up.
Oh, please. Mister, don't point that gun at me.
Shut up and heist him.
Mr. Burglar, will you please say heist him again?
What for?
My pants are falling down.
Now, don't be a wise guy. My trigger finger is itching.
Do you want me to scratch it for you?
Come on, hand over that dough.
Costello, here's your chance to get rid of the other $2,000.
Hey, that's right. Here, Mr. Burglar, here is $2,000 for you.
What?
I wish you had stuck me up 5 minutes ago. I'd have given you $3,000.
There's something fishy about this stick-up. Why are you so happy to get rid of this dough?
Well, you see, Mr. Costello wants to get rid of this money. It's almost income tax time, and that $2,000 puts him in a higher income bracket.
Oh, that's different. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
I've just figured my earnings for this year. Let me see. Well, I hired the bank in Frisco. That's $21,000. The bank in Oakland, that was $2,000. Then I stuck up the bank in Pismo Beach.
Bank in Pismo Beach. You must have got a few thousand clams out of there.
Yeah. I can't pay income tax on all that loot. I've got to get rid of it.
Yes, sir. And you better do it before March 15th.
March 15th? I ain't going to get rid of it right now. Here, Fatso. Here's $35,000. So long, George.
What am I going to do with all this money?
Give it to somebody, quick.
Here comes a lady. I'll give it to her. Pardon me, madam. Would you like...
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Yeah, but it's the same lady I gave the $1,000 to.
Yes, I am. And remember when you gave me the $1,000, you said, be happy.
Yes?
Well, Be Happy won the race and paid 90 to 1.
No.
Here's your share.
No.
$45. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Rather. You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... That Fenneman's a nice kid. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take away all this money?
We invited some high school students to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, we selected Myrno Elliott and Melvin Knorr. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. High school students, eh? Well, it's nice to have you here. Melvin Knorr, is that right?
Melvin.
Melvin. Where are you from, Mel?
Eagle Rock High School.
Where?
Eagle Rock High School.
Eagle Rock, huh? Oh. And before that, where are you from?
Well, I was born 2 blocks north of the Warner Brothers studio in North Hollywood.
Is that with sound or without? Eh? And where are you employed?
I don't work.
I'll keep you secret, but answer my question. Where are you employed? Huh?
I don't work. I go to high school.
You're right the first time. You don't work. Myrno Elliott, is that you, Myrno?
That's right.
That's kind of an odd name for a girl, isn't it, Myrno?
Well, I had a little cousin who was 3 years old, and he couldn't say my given name, which is really Muriel, and he came out with Myrno, and we liked it so well it just stuck.
What happened to this kid that christened you, huh?
Oh, he's still a nice little boy.
Boopity boopity boop. That wasn't very nice of me to do that, Myrno, but you sounded so young, and, well, I just couldn't resist it, that's all. What school do you attend, Myrno?
I just graduated from Van Nuys High School.
Oh, well, congratulations. Now that you graduated from school, what are your plans? Are you going to look for a job?
I have a job keeping house for my husband.
Your husband? You mean you just graduated from high school and you've already got a husband? Did he come with a diploma?
I've had him for almost 19 years.
You had a husband for 19 years? What did you do, get married when you were 3 years old?
No, I was 14.
Well, you married late in life, didn't you? You've been married 19 years and you were 14. That comes to around, let's see, 22, 23, 37. 33 years old you are?
Yes, sir.
No, how old are you, 26?
I'm 33. It sounds horrible, but doesn't feel bad.
You certainly don't look bad, huh? You're 33 years old, you've got a husband, and you just graduated from high school?
Well, I was sort of detained a little, you know. When I ran away and got married, I didn't really think I'd ever get to finish, although I always wanted to. And, you see, my daughter, Aloha, was going to the school, too. And
Who?
My daughter, Aloha, was in the school with me, and everybody thought we were sisters, and we were listed in the records that way so it wouldn't discombobulate the teachers or the kids either one, you know.
They wouldn't what, did you say? I'd like to add that to my vocabulary.
Discombobulate, that's...
Discombobulate, huh? Well, what do you look under? Discomboob or... Tell me, did any of the high school boys try to make dates with you?
Well...
Foolish question.
A few times, but...
Few times, huh? How about the teachers? Just the students, huh?
That's right.
And what'd you tell them? You said,
well, this one boy used to hide around the staircases. He kept getting so persistent, so I got him in the corner and I told him that Aloha was my daughter instead of my sister to cool him off.
Did that cool him off? Wouldn't have cooled me off. Well, who signed your report card? Your husband?
Oh, I had a system. You see, I was listed at school as Myrtle Elliott, so when I took the card to him, I'd sign the cards as Mrs. H.W. Elliott, and then it looked all right.
What kind of grades did you get, Mino?
Well, I was very fortunate. I was able to get all A's for all 3 semesters I was there.
Oh, that's wonderful. What grade is your daughter in?
Well, she's just a year behind me in school.
She's just a year behind you? And is her daughter only a year behind that? Now, Mel, you're still here, aren't you, Mel? You know, you could have graduated while I was talking to you. Well, where do you work, Melvin?
High school.
You're still in that school, huh? Well, do you hold any class offices like treasurer?
Well, as a basketball manager.
Basketball? I've often wondered about that. Why don't they have a bottom in that basket so the ball doesn't keep dropping out all the time? Tell me, do they still have 6 players on the side?
That's girls' basketball.
I thought I was on the wrong team. Your basketball manager you are? How much is your salary?
I don't get a salary.
What'd they do, pay you off in dribbles? Now, what do you do as a basketball manager?
Well, I keep score for most of the games, time the games, clean the basketballs, and clean the gym floors.
You have a pretty important job there, huh? That's like a vice president in an advertising agency. Now, what kind of work do you do?
I go to high school.
Still going to school, eh? You gotta look out. You'll be 33, too, before you graduate. Well, it's been enlightening having you two here, and Mino, may I say you're a remarkable woman. And if you play your cards right, pretty soon you'll be the prettiest grandmother in Van Nuys High School. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to get you a chance to try for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
The Groucho Marx program, friends, is being brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And their reason for presenting this program is to tell you something about themselves, to extend a cordial invitation to you to come in and get acquainted with them. Well, they're sure, once you've paid them that first visit, you'll be back whenever you need anything pertaining to cars. The reason they're so certain about this is that they, and by they, I mean everyone in a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's place of business, are out to see that you are satisfied. No matter what make of car you drive, no matter what year it is, the folks at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers will do their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely. That's their creed. That's your best reason for driving in wherever you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now, let's see if two high school pupils will get the chance at the $3,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs of the 20s as your category, is that right? Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet? And talk right up into the microphone.
10.
This song was first popular in 1925. What's the name of it? What's the
Eyes of Blue.
That's right, Bob.
Yeah. Well, they're on their way. They have $30 now, Groucho.
All right, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $3,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you bet?
20.
All right, give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
When the Red Robin is bobbing.
When the Red Robin kicks the bobber.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
$40. Let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Jerry.
Top of the world.
I'm Big Nine, top of the world.
They now have $90.
All right, you got $90. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 90?
80.
$80. What is the name of this song?
You belong to me. Button up your overcoat.
But and they wind up with $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now stick around. Who knows? You may be the ones who get the chance at the $3,500 question.
Groucho, the secret word is still table. Perhaps the next couple will say it. We invited some deputy district attorneys.
Deputy district turnips, did you say? Why, that's a vegetable. That man doesn't look like a vegetable to me.
I was trying to say that we invited some deputy district attorneys.
Well, why don't you say that, Fenneman, huh?
To the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Bill Ritzy. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Lillian Watkins. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A district attorney and a housewife, eh? Practically the same thing. Now, D.A., are you married? Answer yes or no.
Yes.
How'd you meet your wife? And remember, you're under oath.
Well, frankly, she's a minister's daughter.
Call me Groucho, huh? Frankly left about 10 minutes ago.
She's a minister's daughter, and I happen to be taking the collection.
Oh, did you take the whole collection?
No, there were two of us.
Oh. I see. Well, you split it, huh? Tell me, isn't it customary to turn in something to the church?
Well, we try to turn in all of it.
Oh, I see.
In any event, while taking the collection, she asked me how was business, and...
You mean she was a crook, too? Well, anyhow, you must have got the wedding for nothing, didn't you?
No, I had to
you
pay
had to pay.
for
You
that.
had to pay your own man? So did you get a rebate later on?
No, I didn't.
Are you married, Mrs. Watkins?
You've been calling me Mrs.
I'm married and nobody calls me Mrs. How'd you meet your husband, Mrs. Watkins?
Well, I was working at the Denver Dry Goods in the ladies' suit and dress department. So one day the buyer says, well, won't you take some down to the window trimmer? So I went down there, and I didn't hear the window trimmers come back. And finally, one of them says to the other, Well, where did that new dummy come from anyway? I turned around. I was very angry, and I said, well, I'm no dummy, and here's your dresses. And I walked out. And he said, well, you don't need to get so mad, do you?
And what'd you say?
And I said, yes, if you come up in our department, we treat you nice.
And what was your department?
Ladies' dress department.
Ladies' dresses.
Yeah.
Now, Bill Ritzy, as the district attorney, just what do you do?
Well, I'm not the district attorney. I'm a district attorney.
The question was, what do you do? Not what are you? And as long as you brought it up, what's the difference between the district attorney and a district attorney?
Well, I'm under the district attorney.
Must get pretty stuffy under there. Well, as an assistant DA, what do you do as an assistant district attorney?
Well, I'm not an assistant district attorney. I'm a deputy district attorney.
Don't tell me you're under him, too, huh?
Yes, I am.
Well, it sounds to me you're low man on the totem pole. Well, what do you do as a deputy district attorney? So far, you haven't done anything. You're going to sleep under two men, right?
We prosecute criminal cases. I happen to be assigned to one of the trial divisions, and...
Do you handle burglaries?
Yes.
Have you ever been caught? Where do you get your business, D.A.? Do you advertise in the newspaper? Like Crook Wanted?
No, about 95% of our business comes in from the various police departments here in the county, and, of course, the rest come in from private citizens.
That sounds pretty reasonable. Anything going on in your neighborhood, Mrs. Watkins, that you'd like to bring to the attention of the district attorney?
No, not that I can think of.
You mean all is serene in your life? Can't
Well,
you think of anything you'd like to complain about?
Not all. The lady on my party line just talks too much.
She keeps talking, and I suppose you don't get a chance to use the telephone.
No, I don't. Sometimes 10, 15, 20 minutes.
What do they talk about?
Oh, she's always talking about what...
I think we got a case here for the DA. The district attorney, what's the penalty for wiretapping? Well, I've grilled our district attorney, but it was all in fun. Nobody knows me better than I do what a great job the district attorney does for the taxpayer. Now, please, don't laugh at that, huh? That's to square me with the cops. Now, you're going to play your bet your life for $3,500. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The 33-year-old high school girl and her partner won $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of Latin American countries as your category, right? All right, you have $20. How much you going to bet? And talk right into the microphone and loud.
$10.
$10. Here's your first question. What is the capital city of Peru?
Lima.
Lima is right.
And they're on their way with $30.
All but 10.
You're going to bet $20. Is that right? What is the capital city of Argentina?
Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires is right. You now have $50. Huh?
Bet the whole 50.
The whole 50. All right. What is the capital city of Chile? Chile.
Santiago.
Santiago is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $100.
All right, you got $100. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 100 will you bet?
Bet it all.
All right, what is the capital city of Ecuador?
Quito.
Quito is right.
And they wind up with $200.
Hey, watch yourself. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, it won't be long before we meet the last couple, and then we know who gets the chance at the $3,500 question. Fenneman, who's ahead?
The deputy district attorney and the housewife with $200. And the secret word is still table. We invited some dog trainers and some piano teachers to the show tonight. And here come the two selected to be on our show with the studio audience just before we went on the air. Mr. Carl Spitz, and Mrs. Inez Murray, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Maury, is that right?
Yes.
Inez Maury?
Yes.
You're a piano teacher, huh?
Yes, I am.
Very attractive piano teacher, huh? I've been thinking of taking up the piano lately.
I'd love to have you.
And Mr. Spitz, you're the dog trainer?
Yes.
Well, there's been a horrible mistake here. We asked for a dog trainer, and we got a dog. Are you from Spitzenberg?
No, quite a bit distant from Spitzbergen. I'm
Where?
from near Heidelberg in Germany.
Oh, well, you must be a beer expert, huh?
Sometimes.
Are you married, Ina?
Yes, I am.
You are. Huh? How'd you meet your husband?
Oh, it was very unromantic at first.
How long was it unromantic?
Dear. Mutual friends arranged a meeting. The friends said, we think you two musicians should meet each other.
Oh, what does he play?
He's a pianist, too.
Did you have the piano movers carry you over the threshold when you got married? Mr. Spitz, you're the dog trainer, is that right?
So far, yes.
Well, then we can start from scratch. Now, I want to ask you a question. You're a dog trainer. Is it true a barking dog never bites?
Not as long as he barks.
Well, they say every dog has his day. It certainly doesn't seem to be mine. What's the best age to start training dogs, Mr. Spitz?
Oh, about 8 months.
You mean you've been training dogs since you were 8 months old?
No, I mean the dog is 8 months old.
Well, that's better. After all, after 8 months, you weren't very well trained yourself. Now, tell me, Chopsticks, what are some of the typical excuses your students give you for not practicing?
Oh, heavens. There are thousands of them.
Well, give us 900, huh?
Oh, dear. Sore fingers. Daddy sleeps all day. The keys of the piano are stuck, won't sound.
What sort of excuses do your dogs use to get out of their lessons?
Well, the dogs have no excuses.
I thought they might say, excuse me, but I have to see a dog about a man. What makes one dog vicious and one dog gentle, Mr. Spitz?
Well, fundamental, I don't think there's any vicious dog.
Not if you're on the mantle, no, but I mean... Do dogs ever become psychiatric cases? Do they have dog psychologists?
Yes.
Which dogs make the best psychologists? I suppose the dog lies on a couch and talks about the days when he was a kitten, huh? Well, let's get back to you, Arpeggio. Do you think you could teach me to play the piano, Ines?
Yes, I'm sure I could. Could you sing a scale?
Scale? I think so. Would you join me in a duet?
Yeah.
Huh? All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la,
si, do.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Ines. From now on, that will be our song. Now you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game, you bet your life. And if you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $3,500 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The deputy district attorney and the housewife are ahead with $200.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected royalty as your category, is that right? You have $20. How much you going to try?
10.
What is the name of the Emperor of Japan?
Hirohito.
Hirohito.
Now they have $30.
$30. Remember, you're going for $3,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
Shall we try 20?
What is the name of the exiled king of Belgium?
King Leopold.
Leopold is right.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
You got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
You decide.
25.
Okay, the little king of Italy abdicated, his throne in 1946 and died a year later. What was his name?
Emmanuel.
Victor Emmanuel is right.
They now have $75.
Well, you got $75. How much of the 75 will you go for?
50.
What is the name of the emperor of Ethiopia?
Haile Selassie.
Haile Selassie, happy lad.
And they wind up with $125. And that means the deputy district attorney and the housewife get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question. A while back, I suggested that you folks drive in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. While you're there, visit the service shop. Notice the fine equipment. This equipment is there for you, for use on your car. Every DeSoto Plymouth dealer has special tools and equipment in his shop, the kind you won't find just anywhere. These tools and equipment are factory designed and approved. In the hands of skilled mechanics, you'll find these tools can save hours of time on a job. They help a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's service experts do better work faster. That, of course, means money in your pocket, as well as a car that serves you faithfully and economically mile after mile. So visit that DeSoto Plymouth dealer real soon, will you? Get to know the folks in the office, the men in the shop, and you'll find that this knowledge will be a big comfort in the thousands of car miles that lie ahead of you. Tomorrow, drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here is the housewife and the deputy district attorney, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $3,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. There is only one active volcano in the United States. What is this volcano? What's the answer you two have decided upon?
I'm going to take a guess. Mount Lassen.
Mount Lassen is right. That's right. You win $3,500. What are you going to do with all that money? What are you going to do with all that money?
I got a house that needs going over from top to bottom.
I'll go over it for $3,000. I'll go under it for $2,000. What about you, D.A.? What are you going to do with the money? Give that money back from the church? What are you going to do with this, Luca?
We haven't any youngsters yet, but I'm sure we are going to have some. And that's...
Well, let's see. You win $3,500 plus $200 in the quiz. You say you really cleaned up tonight, huh? Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,000.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks, and remember... Just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. The highway is no place for a surprise party. Always signal when you stop, slow down, turn, or change direction. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early evening as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Cook and their son, Mr. Rush Cook, abiding quietly at home. Vic is established at the library table, competing with himself in a leisurely game of solitaire. Sade occupies her husband's easy chair with a newspaper. And young Rush, stretched on the davenport, stares at the ceiling and thinks thoughts. But now a silence of some duration is broken. Listen.
Are there any people present who can keep a secret?
Bluetooth Johnson claims he's got an important secret.
And so?
He claims he has. But I wouldn't be surprised at what it's just an excuse to act mysterious. Meet him in the hall up at school and he'll wink and snort and carry on like he's just busting with something.
Most interesting.
Uh-huh.
It's a little disheartening to inaugurate a conversation and have some leatherhead take it right out of your hands.
In what way?
I made a statement. I said, are there any people present who can keep a secret? That statement was intended to be provocative.
Well, what is your secret?
It's simply this. I found out today that I'm lined up to receive what I consider a very great honor.
Yeah?
What would you think of seeing my photograph on the cover of the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly?
Really?
It's a little early to do any boasting about it. Won't appear for quite a little while. But it seems to be all set.
You mean your picture be on the front of the magazine?
Yep.
All by yourself?
All by myself.
Well, say.
I figured you'd probably sit up straight in your chair.
That'll be something to say.
Yes, it will. I don't know of anybody else in the Cook family that's ever modeled for a magazine cover.
What we'll want to do is get a hold of several copies, you know, to send to Bess and the Mena, Arkansas tribe and around.
No, I'll get a whole stack of them.
Might give one to Mr. Gumpox. He's got magazine covers plastered all over the walls in the shed where he keeps his horse and garbage wagon. Of course, his magazine covers is mostly ladies. Mr. Gumpox likes the kind of magazine covers where the ladies got on swimming suits and also the
we're
kind...
scheduled to listen to a fascinating monologue.
Go get yourself a book and read, Willie. Plans anymore. A person can't get a word in endways. What's the idea of it?
All explained in a letter I received from the editor of the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly this afternoon. He's going to run photographs of Consolidated Kitchenware personalities, see?
Uh-huh.
Start off with the president of the company, old J.K. Burroughs himself. And in the issue after that, he'll probably run the general sales manager, then the superintendent of one of the plants, like Mr. Rubish, and so on down the line. Frostbite, old lemon rind.
Oh.
Wipe that scour off the pretty face and run Papa an errand. My suit coat's hanging over the banister in the hall, and in the inside pocket you'll find a letter. Fetch the letter and I'll give you $40.
Will you give me a dime?
No.
Nickel?
No, trot it on. The editor paints the whole picture, kiddo. I'll read you what he says so you'll understand it.
All right.
Will you give me a dime tomorrow?
No.
Nickel?
No. I feel kind of bucked up about this.
Well, I should think so.
The editor could have selected a chief accountant from any one of our 50-odd plants.
And he took you. Well, that's quite a thing. You're sure it'll be just you all by yourself on the cover of the magazine and nobody else?
Just me by myself and nobody else. The caption will read something like this. Victor Rodney Gook, chief accountant of plant number 14. Another efficient officer in our kitchenware army.
That is quite a thing. Yes, sir. Picture on a magazine cover.
It occurred to me you might make light of it.
Gollies, no.
Well, I'm pleased you take this attitude.
Why, Bess and Walter's shoes will take root and fly through the ceiling. They'll be so astonished. They think you're some big muckety-muck anyway with your office and clean white shirt and everything. This'll clinch it. Golly, they'll show that magazine to everybody from Freeport to Galena.
You found the letter, Stone Bruce?
Right here.
Extract it from its envelope and read the contents aloud.
Can I have a dime day after tomorrow?
No.
Nickel?
No. Of course, there's no use getting excited yet. My photograph won't appear till sometime in the future.
When?
I don't know for sure. They'll run photographs of some of the big shots first. However, the thing's all set, and that's what matters.
Dear Mr. Gook, I am writing to ask permission to use your photograph on the cover of one of our forthcoming issues. The editorial staff has laid out...
He goes into a big wordy spiel there. But boiled down to a nutshell, he says just what I explained to you. He'll begin with the president of the company and work down along to guys of my caliber. The idea is to show representative men in different departments of the organization. Clever notion, don't you think?
Yes, indeed.
Consolidated Kitchenware is made up of an army of loyal soldiers. This army, naturally, has officers. Here's the general, old J.K. Burroughs, president of the company. Here's one of the colonels, S.B. Price, general sales manager. Next issue, you'll see on the cover another colonel, Samuel P. Grook, director of personnel. You get it? Finally, they'll present on their magazine cover one of the lieutenants, Ulrich Gook, chief accountant at plant number 14.
Oh, that's just lovely, Vic. Bess and Walter will throw their shoulder blades out of joint. They'll be so excited.
I'm tickled you take this attitude, Sade.
Why?
Oh, sometimes when I come home enthusiastic about something, you throw cold water.
Oh, I don't either.
Sometimes you do.
Well, how many times have you come home and said you were going to have your picture on the front cover of a magazine?
It is pretty nice, ain't it?
Oh, I should say so.
Can I have a dime the day after tomorrow, guys?
No.
Nickel?
No. They got a list there in the letter, haven't they? List of the fellows whose pictures they're going to run?
Yeah.
Read off a few.
J.K. Burroughs.
President of Consolidated.
S.B. Price.
General sales manager.
Samuel B. Grook.
Director of personnel.
Edson G. Thomas.
Vice president in charge of plant coordination.
N.W. Kilgores. Charles J. Flinks. O.I. Cheesley. K. Lewis Otto. Harrison U. Luke. M.S. Dawson. Felix Plank. R.D. Flug. Raymond Belcher Bierman. Howard U.
Well, that's enough, Blowtorch. Just wanted to give your mother the idea. I better buy a new suit for this, hadn't I?
You mean to have your picture taken in?
Yeah.
Your brown still looks nice.
Yeah, but don't you think an event like this calls for a little extra trimmings?
Yeah, maybe so.
I think it does. And that brings up another thing I was thinking about this afternoon. Shall I send in a picture where I'm all dressed up and dignified? Or would it be better to use one where I'm at my desk working?
I don't know.
I don't know either. It'll take some thought.
These pictures of guys are scheduled to be printed in alternate issues.
That's so? I was so excited over the first part of the letter, I skipped over most of the rest.
They're going to run J.K. Burroughs' picture one issue. Next issue will be Summer Scene. Next issue, S.B. Price's picture. Next issue, Winter Scene. Next issue, Samuel B. Grook. Next issue, Child with Newfoundland Dog, and so on. They got two columns. One's a list of the fellas that's going to have their photographs on the magazine cover. And the other column's a list of the alternate magazine cover pictures. Like Child with Newfoundland Dog, Scene in Central Illinois, Niagara Falls by Moonlight, Dairy Farm near Madison, Wisconsin, so on and so forth.
Well, maybe that's a good idea, too. Stagger the magazine covers. Photograph of a different guy on the cover every issue might get stale.
Can I have a dime the day after tomorrow?
No.
Nickel?
Yeah, I'll order a whole stack of Kitchenware Dealers Quarterlies when the issue comes along with me on the front. We can send one to all the relations.
Bess and Walter scream so loud they'll fall off the chimney. Oh, they will, I know it. See, they think you're pretty heavy potatoes anyhow. Got your own office and telephone and wear a clean white shirt to work every day. Oh, yes, sir, they'll walk the tightrope till who choked Billy Patterson.
I guess it would be better if I dressed up and looked dignified.
Be a lot more impressive.
Wear a dark, rich-looking suit, don't you know? White collar, shirt, sober necktie. I think I've practiced facial expressions before a looking glass. Makes all the difference in the world when you have your picture taken.
These photographs are going to be used in order.
Beg pardon?
These photographs are going to be used in order.
Naturally. They wouldn't print my picture ahead of the president's. Or the general sales manager.
You're 30th on the list, though.
Am I?
Yeah, 30th.
So what?
Makes you really 60th on the list.
How you figure?
So you and the president and the sales manager and so on alternate with these other cover pictures. Niagara Falls by Moonlight and Child with Newfoundland Dog.
Well,
makes you 60th.
What you talking about?
The Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly only comes out 4 times a year, don't it?
Well.
How many times does 4 go into 60?
Well, it goes
15 times.
What you talking about?
15 times.
What is this?
Mom, do you know when Gov's picture appears on the cover of the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly?
When?
15 years from now.
Oh.
15 years from now. Ain't that right, Gov?
Is that so?
Well,
for mercy's sakes.
Can I have a nickel the day after the day after the day after the day after tomorrow? Gov?
No.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
To Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. The crowd, a lot of servicemen tonight. Yeah, the place is a regular separation center. Already I've had to separate 3 guys. By the way, you know who came in tonight? Lefty O'Rourke. Yeah, he's out of uniform now. No, Duffy, not on points, on parole. Yeah, Lefty says he just couldn't get along with the warden, you know, and one of them had to go. Well, you know, the warden's in pretty solid. Well, I don't know. O'Rourke was very popular up there, Duffy. In fact, he claims they voted him the man most likely to return. Say, by the way, speaking of getting out of jail, Eddie, the waiter, is thinking of leaving us. What do you mean, so what? Eddie's a very valuable man. Huh? Well, I admit he ain't very fast on his feet, but he's got a great knack for serving hash without that guilty expression on his face. Yeah. Well, I think he got an offer from Grogan's Grill. Well, don't worry. I'll talk him out of it, Duffy. You know the old line. Gratitude, chance for advancement. All we've done for him. Money ain't everything. Yeah, the old sucker pitch. Well, certainly he'll bite. Don't I fall for it every time I ask for a raise? Well, just leave it to me, Duffy. I'll call you back. So long. Eddie, there's a rumor around that you have had an offer from Grogan's Grill.
Uh-huh.
And the rumor also says that you're thinking of taking it.
And keep your eye on that rumor. It's got a future.
Well, Eddie, you're not serious. Where did you get this idea about leaving?
Just looked into my wallet and there it was.
Again, this is madness. You can't leave here. Why, you're a part of Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah, the part that goes over the cash register last.
Just a second now, Eddie. Is it that you feel that Duffy ain't done right by you?
Well, now you know yourself that when it comes to blowing that horn of plenty, he ain't no Harry James.
Eddie, leave us discuss this. I think if you're fair-minded, I can show you that you're making a mistake.
Now answer me. Do you object to working 7 days a week?
Definitely.
And I suppose you object to putting in 15 hours a day.
Very definitely.
I suppose you also object to not being paid no salary.
Extremely definitely.
Eddie, I'm afraid you didn't enter this discussion with an open mind. Don't you realize there's more important things than money?
Yeah, but they all cost money. Look, Miss Archie, now I'd like to have a salary. I just can't get along on the tips I collect.
Now don't hand me that, Eddie. I've seen nights when you walked out of here with enough quarters to choke a horse.
Or kill him with lead poisoning. Miss Archie, I just can't do it. In addition to the tips, I think I ought to have $1 a week salary.
How does 35 cents hit you?
It don't even muff my hair.
All right, then go ahead and quit. But it's hard to think that you take this attitude toward a man that's been your friend. Almost your brother. Through thick and thin. Laughter and tears.
Be sure to listen to Stella Dallas at the same time.
Okay, go ahead. Stop that friendship.
Hello, Eddie.
Finnegan, what is your opinion of a man that bites the hand that feeds him?
Well, some people will eat anything. Why, what's your trouble?
It's Eddie here. He wants to get paid more money.
Money? Eddie, my boy, money is nothing. You know what I always say? What? Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
What's that got to do with money?
Well, we owe 6 months' rent.
Thanks, Finnegan. You're a big help. Now, look, Eddie. I think you're confused about this whole thing. What you need is a real nice vacation. Tell you what to do.
What?
Take the rest of the day off.
That would only add to the confusion. I wouldn't know what to do with a day off.
Well, what did you do on your last day off?
Went up to Boston. They were having a tea party.
I can see you're in a wrong mood. Why don't you go out and breathe some nice, clean air, and maybe you'll change your mind, huh?
That might help. Okay, see you later.
Yeah, look, Archie, I don't like to seem a ghoul, but have you got any ideas where I could get a job?
A job for you? I don't know. Have you tried Ripley? What do you want with a job?
Oh, I gotta get away from home, Arch. I just can't stand that fighting.
Your mother and father again, huh?
Yeah.
What do they fight about?
Oh, the simplest things. Take this morning. It all started about the new silver coffee pot.
Coffee pot?
Yeah, my mother hit my father over the head with it.
Well, why did she have to use the silver coffee pot?
Because it was your 50th wedding anniversary.
Oh. Do they fight all the time like that?
Oh, yeah. Fight. Except once every week they quit for half an hour.
How's that?
They stopped to listen to Mr. Anthony.
Well, ain't there nothing you can do to stop them?
So I tried to. This morning I said, Mom and Papa, why do you fight like this? Why, when you have so much to be thankful for?
Then?
They took a look at me and started swinging again.
Well, must be kind of tough at that, Finnegan, having to watch your mother hit your father with a coffee pot every morning.
Well, it don't bother me too much. You see, I'm a tea drinker myself. But that's why I'd like to get a job, Bart, to get away from it all.
Well, I'll tell you how you can pick up a fast nickel, Finnegan.
A nickel? How?
Well, I want you to go over to Grogan's across the street.
Yeah?
Make sure they don't notice.
Yeah.
And if you see Eddie the waiter talking to Grogan, come right back and let me know.
Oh, boy. I'll be like a G-man.
Yeah, soon. Okay. Now hurry back.
Oh, well, hello, Archie.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Archie, how do you like my new hat?
Oh, lovely. How often do you have to order it?
Don't be silly. silly. These flowers are artificial.
Oh, I see.
Only the fruit is real.
Look, why do dames' hats have to have everything on them, including the kitchen stove?
Because they serve a very important function. When you pass a woman on the street, what's the first thing you look at?
The Duffy. Believe I stick to hats.
Anyway, you should be talking about clothes, the way you dress.
What's wrong with the way I dress? My clothes fit perfectly.
Yeah, but who?
Look, I got no time to be standing here brandying insults. I got enough to worry about.
What have you got to worry about?
Eddie, the waiter, he's thinking about quitting. And because he can't pry a measly $1-a-week salary out of that nickel-nursing old man of yours.
Huh. A fine way to talk about Papa after all he's done for you.
What's he done?
He got you started, gave you responsibility, took you into his confidence, taught you the inside workings of the business.
Miss Duffy, I do not consider helping your father polish up pennies to be passed off as dimes a junior partnership. Believe me, I owe that guy nothing. When I think of what I could have been if I hadn't come to work here 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It happens that the very morning of the day that he hired me, I turned down a splendid opportunity to go on release. And from there on, who knows?
Hey, Art, come here.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Duffy. What is it, Finnegan?
G-Man reporting.
Oh, yes, G. Now, what's the dope? I mean, outside of you.
Just a second. Are we alone?
Yeah.
Well, who's that standing beside you?
That's you.
Can I be trusted?
We'll have to take a chance. Whatever happened over at Grogan?
You was right, Art. He was working over there.
Are you sure?
Yep.
What was he doing?
He was in the kitchen cutting down the paper plates to make the meals look bigger.
Dirty rat. Not only does he leave us, but he gives away our trade secret. Dirty traitor. That's Benedictine. Anyway, guess I just better call up the employment agency and hire a new waiter. Hello? Bowery Bum Personnel Service? This is Duffy's Tavern. What have you got in a waiter? Well, I'd like to get a man who can handle both a la carte and cuisine. Huh? The hours, from 7 to 3. That's 7 a.m., of course. Huh? No, the 3 is a.m., too. Dinner jacket? Well, yes, and it would be a good idea if he wore one for breakfast and supper, too. The salary, $35 a week in tips. Okay, send him right down. Mr. Grogan, this is to inform you that you are a low rodent-type rat, for stealing Eddie the waiter. It is such people as you that cause ill feeling between labor and management by offering a living wage. In closing, you are nothing but a crook, a swindler, and an all-around crumb. I remain the same. Signed, Archie. P.S.
Say, Art.
Oh, what is it, Sonny?
I told you I was looking for a job, and you go out and hire a strange waiter. What's wrong with me?
What's wrong with you? Finnegan, pull up a chair. It's going to take a little time. In the first place, you don't know how to write. How could you write down the people's orders?
Oh, I can make X's. 1 X for salad, 2 X's for soup, 3 X's for meat and coffee.
3 X's for both meat and coffee. How would you know which was which?
Simple. If you have to cut it with a knife, it's meat. Look, why don't you at least try me out?
All right, I'll try you out. Now, I'm a customer sitting down here at the table. What do you do first?
I tuck the napkin under your chin.
Well, yes, that's as correct as far as it goes. But what do you do if I ain't wearing a collar?
Well, if you ain't wearing a collar, what do you need a napkin for?
Then again, one uses a napkin irregardless of whether he is attired in a collar or not. That's considered good form. As a waiter, you must not forget Emily Pope.
Well, you didn't tell me you came in with a dame.
Finnegan, I would suggest that you try Ripley again, or with your hat off this time. Now, I gotta go finish this letter to Grogan. P.S. In addition to the above, Grogan, you are the gruesomest man I have ever seen.
Hiya, Bud.
Grogan, you are one of the gruesomest men. Now, what can I do for you, Dimple?
I was sent here by the employment agency.
Well, if you'll pardon me, you don't look much like a waiter.
Too pretty, huh? Well, when do I start to work?
Well, just a second. I got to interview you. I got to fill out this form. Now, name?
Rosenblum.
Born?
Yeah.
I've heard that one 1,000,000 times, and this is the first time I ever doubted it. Now, what education did you have? Did you go to high school?
Does that come before or after college?
Let's skip it.
I think I did. Well, any other questions?
Yeah. How long have you been a waiter?
How long? Well, what time did you call the agency?
Now, wait a minute. Where did you ever work?
Oh, Madison Square Garden, the Legion Stadium, the St. Nicholas Arena.
Hey, just a second. Rosenblum. You ain't Maxie Rosenblum, the fighter.
Yeah.
Holy cat, I didn't recognize you standing up. I've seen you fight a dozen times. I remember the night you fought King Levinsky. He really knocked your brains out that night, didn't he?
Yep, a great fight.
Yeah. And I was there the night that Mickey Walker flattened you with that right hook in the first round.
I was hot that night.
You never did fight Joe Louis, did you?
Nah, he was too cowardly.
Joe Louis cowardly?
Yeah, he was scared he'd kill me.
Look, Maxie, how come you gave up fighting?
Well, I had trouble with my eyes.
Oh, trouble with your eyes, huh?
Yeah, after the second round, I always seemed to be looking up at me opponent.
That's your opponent. Well, maybe you're just as well off. You know, it's a pretty tough game, that fight game. I used to be in it myself, you know.
You a pugilist?
Oh, certainly. I've pugiled around quite a bit. Look at that wrist. Feel that spike, Cuthbert. No, that ain't chopped liver.
It ain't muscles.
Well, muscles ain't everything. You see, I was very clever, very scientific. I used to slither around that ring like an eel. In fact, they used to call me the ringworm.
That I believe.
Thanks. Oh, sure. I used to have this terrific corkscrew punch that I invented. You know, I'd start it right above me right knee. Then I'd twist my wrist and turn my body at the same time, you know, putting plenty of shoulder into it.
Sounds great.
Yeah, but, you know, like every great punch, it had a flaw. The recoil used to knock me flat on the face.
Hey, I wonder if I had a corkscrew punch and didn't know him.
Probably. But, Maxie, what's this about you working here as a waiter? Don't it feel strange to you after being in the ring so long to be walking around serving drinks?
Nah, I feel right at home. Between rounds, I go to a neutral corner. Oh, by the way, Archie, who's the bimbo over there?
Oh, I'll introduce you. Miss Duffy, this is Maxie Rosenblum, the fighter.
Oh, really? You know, Mr. Rosenblum, if it wasn't for that broken nose and those cauliflower ears, I'd never know you were a fighter.
Hey, this dame is crazy about me. Look, sister, why don't you stick around and help me lux out a few ball rags, huh?
I see what you mean about the eye trouble, Maxie. Okay, you're hired.
Well, what's the salary?
$35 a week in tips, plus 50 cents a round for ejaculating drunk.
$35 a week? Okay, I'll take it. Now, look, before I start, there's one thing I want misunderstood. Anybody says anything I don't like around here gets a punch in the nose. You understand that?
Well, natural.
And that includes you, ringworm. Well, I'll see you later.
Hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, there are no waiters here. Well, at the moment, he's sitting around with the customers. Now, don't fly into a transom, Duffy. You've got to get acquainted with the customers. Well, when closing time comes, you don't want them to be carrying out perfect strangers, do you? Okay.
Oh, Archie, I'm afraid we'll have to get rid of that Flapsy Maxie.
What's the matter?
A customer just spilled some soup, and Mr. Rosenblum is mopping it up.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He's using the customer for our mop.
Hey, Arch, what's with that new waiter?
What's the matter?
I just asked him a simple question, and he punched me right in the nose.
What was the question?
I just asked him, how's the cauliflower?
Well, I can see I'll have to take care of this guy. Hey, Maxie.
Well, what do you want now?
Look, didn't them 5 guys you just served 5 beers to just leave?
Yeah, they left. Well, what about it?
Where is the 2 bits for the 5 beers?
They didn't pay me for them. They just left my tip.
How much was the tip?
The tip's 2 bits. You want to make something about it?
Well, no, I'm just thinking what generous guys they were.
Okay, now, look, I'm in the middle of eating. Don't bother me again.
I'm afraid I have hired a playboy.
Hi, Miss Archie.
Oh, Eddie. So the Portugal son has returned. I should think you'd be ashamed to walk into this place.
Well, a fella can get used to anything in 5 years.
So you turned turncoat on us and went over to work for Grogan, huh?
Are you working for Grogan?
Eddie, don't add perjury to injury.
I'm telling the truth. You gave me the day off, so I just worked over there for a couple of hours, that's all.
You mean you're still working for us?
Yeah, Miss Archie, I guess I still got a soft spot in my head for the old place.
Well, I appreciate it, Eddie. And you know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to give you that $1 a week, even if I have to take it out of my own salary. And if I know Duffy, I probably will.
No, well, Mr. Archie, see, I don't like to...
Oh, don't worry about it. It just means it puts me in a lower income tax bracket. Besides, I do something for you, Eddie. Maybe you'll do something for me.
What?
Well, you see, we hired a new waiter while you was gone. That big guy over there with the cauliflower ears. So as I say, I do something for you, you do something for me. I want you to go over there and fire that guy.
Mr. Archie, I appreciate that $1 a week, but I'd rather not have it paid to my estate.
Wait a minute. You mean you're afraid of him?
Me? Well, no, it's just that you hired him, and I think you're the logical man to fire him.
Eddie, don't you want to get no executive experience?
Yeah, but I'd rather climb the hard way, live and learn.
Okay, then, I'll do it myself. Hey, Maxie.
What is it now?
Maxie, I'm sorry to say that a situation has arose. Eddie, who worked here first, is back with us, which naturally leaves you with very little seniority to fall back on.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me I'm fired?
Well, frankly,
You know what happened to the last guy that fired me?
No.
Neither does he.
Now, look, Maxie, leave us not make a scene. You know what I'm driving at. Why don't you just turn in your bar rag and leave quietly?
Well, what about the week's salary?
Well, you only been here 20 minutes.
What?
Okay, we'll pay you full week's salary. Let's see. Here, 20, 25, 30, 35. Hey, Max, 35 cents.
35 what?
35 cents. What did you expect, the blooms? And if you don't mind, I'd like a receipt.
Oh, you'd like a receipt, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, here. I'll give you one. Hello, Duffy's Tavern, headed to acting manager ticket. Miss Archer? He just went out. Yeah, for about 10 moments.
Children's Radio Service.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, 13-year-old Junior Riley is faced with a serious problem for a boy of tender years. To act or not to act in his school play? That is the question. And as usual, Riley Sr. has all the answers.
But, Pop, I don't want to act in the play.
But, Junior, this is the chance of a lifetime. You'll be a hero to the whole school.
But I'm scared.
The minute you get on that stage, you'll forget all about being scared.
Yeah, but all those people out in front...
Ignore them. Now say you'll do it.
Now, Riley, I think if Junior
Please,
feels...
Peg, let's be fair. Let's let the boy make up his own mind. I said he's going to act, and that's final.
Yes, but if he's scared...
What's he got to be scared about?
Well, in this play, I gotta kiss this girl.
Oh, so that's it. She's so homely, she frightened you?
Oh, no, she's beautiful.
Let me get this straight. There's this beautiful girl, and you got to kiss her, and you don't like that?
No.
Peg, I got to have a talk with this boy. Afraid to kiss a pretty girl.
Well, I can understand why he's worried.
I wish I had worries like that.
Oh, you do?
Peg, let the boy make up his own mind. Junior, you want to be in the play, don't you?
Well, sure, but not if I have to kiss this girl.
But that'll only take a second. It's just like a guy I knew once said, it's only the first shock, and then your worries are over.
Was she in a play?
Well, no, the electric chair. It's the same principle. You be in this play. It's a cinch, Junior.
It's easy for you to say. You were never in a play.
Who wasn't? When I was a kid, I played the lead in our school play. It was one of them old-time shows where everybody was a sir and wore armor. You know, lunch a lot at night around the table.
Oh, Riley. Sir Launcelot and the Knights of the Round Table.
Yeah, I was in this play, and I was great. Hey, it's getting late. I got to shave. You take my advice, Junior. Go in for that play.
Maybe it isn't so tough after all. If Pop could do it, I guess
Of course you can. I'll never forget that play. You see, this all happened when your father was about 16. We both went to the same high school in Brooklyn. Oh, he was awful shy then. And I remember one winter afternoon we were walking home from school. My, it certainly is cold, isn't it, Chester?
Yeah, it sure is, Miss Barker.
Oh, my right hand's just about frozen.
It is? Well, I know how to warm it up for you. Do you mind?
Oh, no, I don't mind. Oh, Chester, stop blowing on my hand.
Oh, this is better. I got a very hot breath. Besides, I wouldn't think of holding your hand.
Oh, Chester, I never saw anybody as shy as you. Why are you so afraid of girls?
Who's afraid? I can lick any girl my size. I go out with millions of girls. Gee, they're always calling me up. They just won't let me alone.
Oh, you poor thing.
Honest, it's awful, my social life. Of course, I'd give them all up if you... It's cold, ain't it?
Well, here's my house. Goodbye, Chester.
Wait, Miss Barker. Peggy.
Yes, Chester?
You doing anything Saturday night?
Why, no, not a thing.
Well, goodbye.
No, I'm not doing a thing. Why?
Well, I was wondering, did you ever see a basketball game?
Oh, no, but I'd love to.
Well, goodbye.
Well, I've always wanted to go to one.
Oh, well, is it okay if I buy a ticket for you?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. What time will you call for me?
You mean it's okay if I go along with you? Well, then I'll buy 2 tickets.
Chester, you're cute.
All right, have it your way.
Oh, look, Chester. But there's Hugo Hawkinson.
That cake eater. Just 'cause he's got a raccoon coat, he thinks he's a sheik.
Greetings and celebrations. How's my gorgeous one and only?
Listen, Hawkinson, I ain't your one and only.
Well, if it ain't Riley, what are you doing talking to a girl?
Okay, you asked for it. Put him up, Hawkinson.
Oh, tired of living, huh?
Oh, now stop it, you two. Why can't you be friends?
I got nothing against Riley. And just to prove it, shake, pal.
Well...
Come on, put it there, Chester.
Well... Okay, you'll go shake. Oh! His hand bit me!
You sure fell for that one, stupid. Some gag, huh?
What, you finale hopper?
Oh, Hugo, you and your practical jokes.
Well, you know me, kid. Anything for a laugh. Hey, listen, Peggy Pie. I got a couple of ducats for the theater Saturday night. Call for you at 8, huh?
Oh, that's wonderful, Hugo. I've been dying to see Cecil Tremaine at Sir Launcelot. Oh, I can't go. I have to go to the basketball game with Chester.
You going out with him? What'd you do, Peggy? Lose a bet?
Now, stay here, Hugo.
Peggy, if you'd rather go to the theater, I'll take you.
Oh, would you, Chester?
Go with me. Riley can't buy the kind of seats I got. They're pretty high.
Is that so? The seats I buy will be even higher. 3rd gallery.
3rd gallery. I got orchestra seats. $1.50 apiece.
I'll get orchestra seats, too.
Well, you don't have to, Chester. You can't
Don't
afford
worry, Peggy. I'll show you Hawkinson ain't the only one who can throw away $3 on you. I can be just as big a sucker as he is.
Programs. Get your souvenir program. 15 cents. Program.
Oh, my, there's a crowd. They say that Cecil Tremaine is just wonderful.
Well, I better buy the tickets, Peggy. You wait here. Let me see. Where's my $3? Oh, here.
Well. Hiya, Peggy, my heart.
Oh, hello, Hugo.
Beat it, Hawkinson. She's with me.
Just saying hello.
You want to say hello? Get your own girl.
Program, mister. Souvenir program.
No, thanks. We don't want no program.
Hey, just a minute, boy. Want a program, Peggy?
Well, it's up to Chester.
He's too cheap to buy
it. Cheap. I'll show you. Here, boy, give me 6 of them programs.
Yes, sir. 90 cents.
Here's $1. Keep the change.
Oh, Chester, we didn't need 6 of them.
Gardenia for the lady.
Peggy, you want a gardenia? I'll buy her a gardenia. Here, lady.
Gardenia, sir?
Make up a bouquet.
Yes, sir. Here you are. That would be 75 cents.
Here's $1. Keep the change.
Well, thank you, Sonny. Gardenia?
Oh, Chester, one would have been enough.
Ah, what's one gardenia? When I take a girl out, I like her to wear a corset.
Well, Chester, you better get the tickets.
Yeah, that's right.
Opera glasses for them.
Now, Chester, we don't need opera glasses. We'll be in the orchestra.
Well, suppose you want to look up in the balcony. Here, lady, 1 opera glass.
Yes, sir. 25 cents and $1 deposit. You get 75 cents change. Care for some chocolate?
Yeah, sure. Give me that big box there, girlie.
Yes, sir. Opera glasses? Chocolate?
Oh, Chester, you're so extravagant.
So what? When I take a girl out, I...
Curtain going up.
Hey, I got to get the ticket.
Oh, hurry. I don't want to miss the beginning.
Yeah. Hey, mister, 2 in the orchestra, please. The best.
Here you are, Sonny. 2 first row center.
You got anything closer? I mean, they're okay.
$3.06 tax. 306.
Yeah, I got it right here. Here you are.
That covers the tax. How about the $3?
That's funny. I had it right in this pocket a minute ago.
Oh, Chester, hurry up. Everybody's going in.
What do you say, kid? You want these tickets? $3 more.
Peggy, I got a great idea. How about going over to the aquarium?
Oh, the aquarium?
It's very educational. Did you ever see a live herring?
Well, what's the stalling for, Riley? You broke?
Go on, Hawkinson. Beat it.
No dough for the tickets. Am I right, Diamond Jim?
Chester, you mean I can't see the play?
But you can, baby. I got 2 tickets right here. Come on.
But Hugo, I came with Chester.
Yeah, lose that phony before he tries to pawn your coat.
I had enough of this. I'm going to punch your head off. Put him up.
Bear up. Well, come on.
I was talking to Peg. Okay, put him up, you big wiseacre.
Stop it, Chester. Everybody's staring.
I'll monopolize him.
Oh, must you make a scene? If you can't behave like a gentleman, Oh, come on, Hugo. Let's go see the play.
No, Peggy, wait.
Come on, sweetheart.
She went with him. If I could only get some money for seats, maybe she'd sit with me in the second act. Where can I get some money?
Curtain going up. Get your souvenir program.
Curtain going up. Get your souvenir programs. Gardenias, chocolates, opera glasses.
Ah, there, Joseph, me good man.
Yeah, Mr. Tremaine?
Any messages for me?
No, sir.
I was expecting a young damsel, a Miss Lily something or other. Perhaps she awaits me in the alley. Good night, Joseph.
Good night, Mr. Tremaine. You gave a great performance tonight.
Oh, yes, I was splendid. See you tomorrow, Joseph. Farewell.
Good night.
Confound it. Where are they going to put a light into this alley? As black as the graveyard scene in Hamlet. Which I do superbly. Oh, is that you, Lily, Miss Sweet? So you came after all. Kiss me.
But I hardly know you, mister.
Gad, who is this?
It's me.
Wait, let me strike a match. There.
I'm not Lily.
So it would appear from your figure.
Gosh, you're Cecil Tremaine.
You recognized me.
Oh, sure. You're famous. Boy, I wish Peggy was here to meet you.
Peggy? And whom, how old, who is Peggy?
Well, she's my girl. I mean, she would be my girl if she didn't hate the sight of me.
The pangs of unrequited love, eh? My heart goes out to you, lad. I, too, was once spurned by a woman. But did I despair? Did you? Did I beat my breast in frenzied anguish?
You're hurting me, mister.
No, that was the coward's way. I sought solace in the theater. It became my one true love. I worked, I slaved, I suffered for the art. And today, where am I?
In an alley.
I am at the very pinnacle of my fame. And the same woman who once spurned me now throws herself at my feet.
Oh, gee, I wish I was a famous actor like you. I bet then Peggy'd act different.
She would indeed. The fair sex is drawn to us actors, as is the moth to the flame. Become an actor, my boy. Revel in the realm of Thespis.
Well, You really think I could be an actor?
If you have the urge, lad, pursue it.
Oh, I bet she'd be crazy about me.
Take your place with Barrymore, Sir Henry Irving, and Cecil Tremaine. Get the stage in your blood, become an actor, and give your life to the theater.
Oh, gee, you gave me a great idea, Mr. Tremaine. You'll see. I'll do what you say. I'll get me blood on that stage. And when they see me act, they'll give me life.
Well, we're in the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, the whole family favors new Prell, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Well, of course, Prell's a family hit for two reasons.
First, Prell's the word for radiant hair, because Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo.
Second, Prell removes embarrassing dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. In case after case, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And the whole family likes that handy Prell tube. Easy to use, no waste or spill.
Little Prell makes mountains of lather. So for hair free of unsightly dandruff, hair radiantly soft and smooth, ask for
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
My Prell shampoo. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Mrs. Riley is telling Junior about Riley's experiences as an actor during his school days.
Well, after that talk with Cecil Tremaine, your father really got the acting bug.
But how did Pop get in the play?
Now, I'm coming to that. One day at school, your father suggested that the class put on a play. And since he suggested it, the teacher let him be the romantic lead.
Oh, Pop? The romantic lead?
Well, I know it's a little hard to believe. After all, your father's not exactly the Gregory Peck type.
Gosh, no. He's more the William Bendix type.
I think he's much better looking than William Bendix. Well, anyway, teacher let him pick his leading lady, so naturally he picked the prettiest girl in the class.
Who's that, Mom?
Well, me, of course. You're getting more like your father every day. Well, we were doing the same play that Cecil Tremaine did. You know about Sir Launcelot. Your father rehearsed day and night, especially the love scenes. There was a time when he was rehearsing a particular scene.
Ah, Guinevere, my fair one, wouldst that thou wert my betrothed? Come to my arms, O loveliest of queens. Let me enfold you so, and I will plant 1,000 kisses upon thy ruby lips. Oh, gee, Rover, if I could only do it that way with Peggy.
All right, class, rehearsal. Chester and Peggy, you start with the line, Guinevere, my fair.
Yes, teacher. Guinevere.
Get a little closer together.
Yes, teacher.
Well, closer, Chester.
Yeah. Guinevere, my fair one, wouldst that thou wert my betrothed?
No laughing, please. It's betrothed, Chester.
Come to my arms, O loveliest of queens, and I will plant 1,000 rubies on your kisser. On your ruby lips.
Well, go on, Chester. Kiss her.
Kiss me, Chester.
I can't.
Why not, Chester?
Well, she's a girl. I mean, I just can't.
I see. But I'm afraid it's necessary for the play, Chester. All you have to do is... will someone in the cast please show Chester how to do this scene?
What's all, Miss Richards?
All right, Hugo. Hey, wait, he's only the stage manager.
Silence, please.
Now, watch carefully what I do, Riley. I put my left arm around Peggy like this.
You know.
You see, Riley?
Yeah.
Then I put my right arm here.
Yeah.
Then I bend her back like this, and I say, I will plant 1,000 kisses on your ruby lips.
Well, Chester, are you getting it?
No, he's getting it.
Curtain in 5 minutes. Curtain 5 minutes, everybody. Hey, Riley.
Hey, why don't you knock before you come in my dressing room? You might have been a girl.
How do you feel in that suit of armor?
Okay, how's the audience?
Oh, full house. The whole school's there. You sure you remember your lines, pal?
Oh, sure. Guinevere,
that's fine. Now, when you get on stage and your mind goes blank, don't let that bother you.
What?
And when that spotlight hits you and you get dizzy, don't let that bother you.
Okay.
And when your knees start buckling and you're just about to faint, how do you feel, pal?
I want my mother.
Riley, you can't go on like this. You're sick. Let me go on for you.
No, nothing doing. I'm the star. I'm going on.
Okay. Only there's dust inside your helmet. Watch out you don't start sneezing.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
Don't worry. I got something to fix you up fine. I'll be right back. Hey, Shorty.
Oh, there you are. I was looking for you, Hugo.
Got the sneezing powder?
Yeah, here.
Itchy nose sneezing powder. Yeah, that's it. I better take this label off. Now beat it, Shorty, and if you know what's good for you, Keep your mouth shut.
Okay, Hugo.
Oh, brother. Hey, Riley, I got the stuff for you.
What stuff?
To stop you from sneezing. This, medicine.
It stops sneezing?
Oh, guaranteed. Sprinkle it inside your helmet. And not now, just before you go on.
Oh, you're a pal, Hugo.
Hey, you better get in the wings, and, good luck to you, kid.
Yeah, here I go.
Places, on stage, everybody, places.
Okay, we're all set. Are you nervous, Peggy?
Well, just...
Oh, I hope you ain't catching a cold.
Oh, no, it's just this bouquet of goldenrod I have to carry. I'll be all right.
Gee, I hope so. Hey, I got just a thing for you.
Huh? Well, Jesse, what are you doing?
I'm sprinkling this stuff on your flowers. There.
Oh, but
this is guaranteed to stop you from sneezing. Here, I'll put some on your dress, too.
Oh.
Lucky I had it with me.
Okay, I'm opening the curtain. All right.
Oh, Sir Lancelot, let us rest here a while on this crag.
As you wish, my dear Guinevere. This is my favorite crag here by the sea. I love to stand and feel the spray on my face.
Oh, my.
I love to stand here and feel the spray on my face. That's enough spray already. Guinevere, Thanks. Hey, what are you laughing at, you big baboons? What's so funny? Give her a change. Change?
Get an umbrella!
You shut up or I'll come down there and jerk. Close the curtain! Close the curtain! What a revolting development this is! Oh, I can't walk anymore in this suit of armor. I'll lie down on this bench here. Oh, what a mess.
Is there a body in here?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, I'm in terrible trouble, Mr. Odell. You know the school play? Tonight was the opening night.
I know. I wanted to go, but I had to attend another opening.
I ruined the play. They brought down the curtain and put Hawkinson in my part.
Ah, that's the theater for you, full of heartbreak. As a youth, I paid my way through the Mortician's Academy by acting in stock. But business was so bad I quit. I just couldn't stand the sight of all those empty boxes.
And I thought being in the theater was going to be fun.
It can be. Ah, the theater. What memories. Brutus stabbing Caesar. Othello strangling Desdemona. Hamlet poisoning his mother. Ah, there's no business like show business.
Hawkinson tricked me into putting sneezing powder all over my girl. Oh, she hates me.
Then you must go to her and do the honest thing. Put the blame on Hawkinson.
You really think that's a good idea?
Of course. You know me, my boy. I wouldn't take you for a ride. Not at a time like this.
You're right. I'll go to Peggy. And as for that Hawkinson...
Settle his hash, too. You know what I'd do with that cat if I had my way? Why, I'd... Oops, that reminds me I have an appointment. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Oh, gosh, Hugo, you were really wonderful tonight, playing Chester's part on such short notice. Everybody's raving about you.
Well, I did it for you, baby. When that big lug Riley ran out on you, I only did what any other gent would have done. Now it's Nick.
Now, Hugo!
Oh, here you are, Hawkinson. You get away from my girl.
Chester!
Riley. I'm not your girl.
Beat it, Ironhead.
Peg, it ain't my fault. He gave me that powder. He said it was to stop sneezing.
Ah, he's just trying to squirm out of it.
No, Peg, it's the truth. I wouldn't do a thing like that to you on purpose.
I don't believe it.
Honest, how could I do such a thing? You know how I like you.
I don't believe it.
But, Peg, it ain't like me. I'm too dumb to think of a trick like that.
Hugo Hawkinson, did you?
Just a gag, Peg. On Riley, not you.
Well, of all the sneaky, miserable creatures I ever met.
Hawkinson, you deserve the licking of your life.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, you fresh thing.
Go! How do you like that, Hugo?
Go!
That'll teach you a lesson. And one more for good measure. Okay, Peggy, you can stop hitting them now.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. Prell speaks for itself. That's what the letters say about Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Mrs. Jeanette Berries of Chicago, Illinois writes,
After I used Prell, everyone wanted to know what I'd done to my hair. It was so soft and lovely. Well, I guess seeing is believing, because now all my friends are sold on Prell.
Then see for yourself how quickly Prell removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiantly lovely. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo.
Buy Prell Shampoo.
Well, Junior, did you decide to be in that play like I said?
Yes, I'm going to do it, Pop.
Attaboy, Sonny. Why, when I acted in my school play, I had the time of my life. And I was great.
Riley, I told you.
I was sensational. The minute I opened my mouth on that stage, you know what everybody in the audience said?
Gesundheit.
Peg, you told him.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix can currently be seen in the Paramount picture, Where There's Life. The script is by Reuben Shep, Alan Lipscott, and Jack Brecker. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, and Cecil Tremaine is Hans Conried. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
She wants a Gibson girlie, along on a tandem she'd go. Her blouses she kept white and curly, with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. Just the beauty bath to keep your lovely blouses, lingerie, and nylons new-looking longer. And your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps nice things lovely longer. Prove it. This week, wash dishes with Ivory Snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll know it's extra kind to your fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow is the only soap, both ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. Makes suds instantly in lukewarm, even cool water. Ivory Snow is so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and lovely blouses, sweaters, and lingerie.
Oh, wonderful Ivory Snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I know as long I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Well, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well,
Abner followed Grandpappy Spears' suggestion of patching things up with Elizabeth by giving her a present, a little kitten named Annabelle. Somehow this name reached Sister Simpson, and that tireless gossip monger immediately imagined Annabelle to be a woman. When this news reached Lum, he decided that Sister Simpson must have in mind an ex-Pine Ridge girl named Annabelle Kearney. So, in order to save Abner, he and Mousey formed a plan which would start a rumor that it was Lum and not Abner that was in love with Miss Kearney. As we look in our little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library, and Mousey is just entering. Listen. Well, good morning, Mousey. Come on in.
Morning, Lum.
I've been waiting for you, Mousey.
Yes, sir.
How did things turn out with the greeting card to Annabelle, no?
Well, I've come prepared to make you a full report, Lum.
Well, good. Did Sister Simpson pick it up and read it all right?
Well, I have all that in the report, Lum.
Well, hurry up and give me the report then.
Yes, sir. Have you seen Abner yet this morning?
No, he ain't been in. I'm anxious to see him, though.
Yes, sir.
Well, hurry up and tell me what happened with you and the greeting card.
Well, just a minute now. Wait till I get the report out here.
For goodness sake, did you have to write it out? Can't you recollect nothing that long?
Well, yes, sir. I could remember it, I guess, Lum, but I don't like to trust memory for important things. You know, I like to be accurate, especially in detail matters.
Granny, there ain't no details to recollect. All you got to do is tell me yes or no.
Yes, sir. Well, here, Lum, here's the report right here. I knew I had it someplace. Are you ready?
Yeah, of course I am. Hurry up.
Well, report of Llewellyn Snavely Gray. 4:22 p.m. Left Jot 'em Down store bearing love note addressed to Annabelle Kearney. Note contained in Jot 'em Down store envelope.
Well, I know all that.
4:24 p.m. Arrived at point within sight of Sister Simpson's boarding house, approximately 34 degrees, 44 minutes, 56 seconds latitude.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mouse.
And 92 degrees, 16 minutes, 24 seconds longitude west.
Well, do you have to put all that in there?
Well, now, I've got to admit to you, Lum, that may be a little off now. I couldn't be too sure about that because my compass has been acting up something awful here lately.
Well, throw your compass away and tell me what actually happened. Who cares about that longitude stuff?
Well, now, Lum, as I've said before, I like to be accurate.
You like to drive a man stark raving mad crazy, too. Hurry up, tote on.
Well, let's see. 4:29, waiting at above named point, but have not yet seen Sister Simpson emerge from boarding house. 4:36, still waiting for Sister Simpson. 4:43, still no Sister Simpson.
Well, get on to where you do see her. That's the important part.
Yes, sir. 4:59, woman emerges from boarding house.
Yeah?
It proves to be Miss Frederick, the local school teacher.
Oh.
5:12, Sister Simpson emerges from boarding house, but only long enough to brush flies from screen door.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
6 o'clock sharp, went home to supper.
Went home to supper?
Yes, sir. That's me. I went home to supper, Lum. Enjoyed dandy meal of liver and bacon and turnip greens and cornbread. After supper, read following comic strips in my hometown paper while seated in the parlor of our house. The comic strips I read included Dick Tracy, Superman,
Mousey, for goodness
Tarzan, The Phantom, Buck Rogers.
Well, cut all that stuff out. I ain't interested in what literature you read of the night.
Well, now, I like to be accurate on these things, Lon.
Yeah, but this ain't getting us nowhere. What I want to know is whether Sister Simpson ever got that love card from me to Annabelle Kearney.
Well, now, let's see. Let me glance over the report here and see. Let's see. Well, I believe I forgot to put that down, Lon.
Oh, swan to goodness. You get yourself so wrapped up in these reports of yours that you always forget the main idea of the whole thing.
Well, come to think of it, Lum, I believe Sister Simpson did come out of the house before I went home to supper, and I haven't gotten it down here.
Well, did you drop the note where she could find it?
Yes, sir, I did. And then when I got up to the corner, why, I sort of glanced around. I saw that she'd picked it up and was reading it.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. And then after she read the note, why, she ran back into the house.
She did, huh?
Yes.
Well, that's good. That's what I wanted to hear.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why I forgot to put that down, Lum.
I don't know why you recollected to put all that other prattle down. You could have told me all I wanted to know in just 1 second.
Yes, sir. Well, you know me, Lum. I do like to be accurate.
Yeah, I know.
Well, now, what's the next step in our campaign, Lum?
Well, there ain't no next step. That's all we are to it. Our work's all been did.
It has?
Yeah, all we have to do now is just sit around and wait for the results.
Well...
We'll get them due as soon as Abner gets here.
Well, Lum, do you think that this really will get Abner out of his trouble?
Why, of course it will. You see, here's how it works, Mousey. I explained it to you the other day.
Yes, sir.
Sister Simpson picked up that note from me to Annabelle Kearney.
Yes, sir. She read it, too.
Well, so right away she figured that it was me instead of Abner that's in love with Annabelle.
Yes. Well, are you in love with her, Lum?
Oh, no, of course not. I ain't even saw her since she got into town.
Well...
And what's more, I ain't going to see her if I can help it.
No, sir.
All I wanted to do was just plant this idea in Sister Simpson's mind.
Yes, sir.
Well... when you seen her run back in the house, she was heading right for the telephone. I know what she's going to do. I know Sister Simpson too long.
Yes, sir.
She more likely called up every woman in this town and told them the new gossip about me.
She did?
Yeah, I can just hear her spreading it on.
Well, isn't this liable to get you in trouble, old Lum?
Yeah, but I couldn't sit by and see Abner and his woman getting into a squabble just over untrue rumor and a bunch of gossips.
No, sir.
I'll more likely have some splaining to do around town, but I've got out of these things before. I can do it again. Ain't worried about that.
Well, you're a brave man, Lum.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, Elizabeth will hear about it, too, and somebody will call her and tell her, you know.
They will.
Lum's in love with Annabelle Kearney.
Yes, sir.
And then she'll know how bad she's misjudged Abner and accused him false and all.
Yes, sir.
And then she'll be sorrowful and try to do everything she can to make up for it. And her and Abner will live happy ever after.
That sounds just like a book, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it sure is working out wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I ain't lived all these years for nothing, Mousey, if I do say it myself. I don't like to cast compliments right in my own face, but I picked up a right smart practical learning in my time.
Yes, sir.
What I ought to do is write a book about it. How to get along in life and influence people by Lum Edwards.
Yes, sir. Well, that would be dandy, all right, Lum.
Yeah, come to think about it, it's sort of a shame for me to keep all this learning to myself. Downright selfish now that I think about it.
Well, we could publish a book right here, Lum. The Edwards and Gray Publishing Company could publish it.
That's right, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
As long as I'm president, I ought to be able to talk myself into publishing my own book.
I think so.
I don't believe I'd have to put up much of an argument. Oh, I might hold out a little bit right at first, just to show that it ain't easy to get a book published by our company. Just take first-class books, that's all.
Yes. Look, there comes Abner across the street there now, Lum.
Oh, good. Now you'll get to see the results, Mousey.
I will.
Yeah, Granny, it's going to be good to see him smiling again.
Yes, sir.
Poor little feller's been going around here, that hangdog expression on his face, for 3 or 4 days now.
Well, sir, I guess Abner sure is lucky to have a friend like you, Lum.
Oh, I'll go so first to say that, hardly. I ain't done nothing that no other feller wouldn't do for a friend, I don't think. If you ain't a friend in need, you ain't no friend in need. I always say.
Yes.
Mind out, here he comes. Try to act sort of casual about the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Well, morning, Abner. Come on in, old boy. Wonderful world.
Morning.
How's every little thing, Abner? Sure a fine day out, ain't it?
I don't know.
Wait a minute here. What's the matter with you? Ain't you happy?
What's there to be happy about?
Granny, you look like you ain't had no sleep hardly.
Well, I ain't had no sleep. That blamed Grandpappy Spears kept tossing and rolling all night long. Mike and I kicked me out of bed 1,000 or 100 times.
Wait a minute, are you telling me that you slept over at the Spears' last night?
Well, I had to. I couldn't get in over at my place. Elizabeth had me locked out.
Locked out?
This isn't quite how you thought it'd work out, is it, Lum?
Hush up, Duffy. Let me get this straight, Abner. Did Elizabeth actually lock the door on you?
She done it, yes.
Well, what'd you want to do a thing like that for?
I don't know, Lum. I've got to where I don't understand nothing around here no more.
Well, did you do anything else to make her mad at you?
Why, no. Fact is, I was trying to be nice to her. I brung her home a present.
but I couldn't even get inside to give it to her.
Present, did you say?
Yeah, a present. I brought her a little black kitten named Annabelle.
Named Annabelle?
Yeah, got it over at Grandma Master's place, but I'll give it back to her now, 'cause I believe that name's unlucky for me, Lum. Lum, do you recollect Annabelle Kearney?
Oh, yeah, of course I do.
Well, do you know that Sister Simpson, what she's saying about her?
No. What is Sister Simpson saying about her?
Well, she claims that Annabelle Kearney and me's in love with one another.
Annabelle and you?
Why, yes, and I ain't even saw that Annabelle woman for years and years.
Well, just a minute. Are you sure you're the one that Sister Simpson was talking about?
Why, sure. Aunt Charity Spears here told me that Sister Simpson claims that she found a love note of some kind addressed to Annabelle Kearney. Said she found it in the street over there by her boarding house.
Yeah, but you never sent that.
Why, of course I never.
I mean, there ain't nothing on the note that says it come from you.
Well, according to Sister Simpson, why, it was supposed to have been in a jot-em-down store envelope.
Yeah, but your name weren't signed on it nowhere, was it?
Why, no, but Sister Simpson claims that there weren't no name at all signed on it.
No name at all?
No.
Granny's, maybe I ought to sign my name to it.
Signed your name to it?
I mean, it would have been lucky for you if I had a. Come on back to the feed room, Mousey. We got to have a meeting of the Eddards and Gray Publishing.
The Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Hugh Herbert. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy, and their guest, that wacky fellow of motion pictures, Hugh Herbert. Whenever Amos and Andy or any of their friends in Harlem need the services of a technical expert, they hurry to Fluky Harris's laboratory. Fluky is credited with a long list of scientific discoveries and inventions, none of which have ever worked. At the moment, Amos and Andy are in Fluky's laboratory to see if he has anything that will remove some spots from Andy's vest.
These spots ain't gonna be too hard to get out, Fluky. They ain't nothing but soup and gravy and soft stuff like that.
You know, Andy, they got a thing out called a napkin. Why don't you try one of them sometime?
Oh, Amos, napkins is no good. When I tucks one under my chin, it protects the center of my stomach from gravy, but it leaves my sides wide open.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, let me get my magnifying glass on these spots here. Oh, look, fellas, there ain't nothing scientific about taking spots off. Fluky, ain't you got some kind of cleaner around here that you can rub a little on his vest there?
Yeah, I got something right here in the fruit jar. This ought to do it. Yeah, here, let me rub some of this on.
Yeah, go ahead. That's the idea. Say, that's great stuff, Fluky. Taking everything off clean as a whistle.
Yeah, I don't know what the stuff is, Fluky, but it sure looked like a great cleaner, all right.
Yeah, say, Fluky, while you're at it, can you rub them spots off my coat, too?
Yeah, well, Miss Anna, why don't you take the fruit jar along with you and clean the spots off at home?
Yeah, all right, I'll do that. You know, from now on, I might carry this jar along with me when I was invited out to supper. Then I can kind of sponge myself off while I was eating. Look, Kingfish, I've been here at your house now for a half hour. What's on your mind? Don't keep beating around the bush. Tell me what you want.
All right, and I want you to give me a clean-cut answer. Can you lend me $2?
No.
Well, that's clean-cut, all right. You know, and I tell you what, I think a lot of you, old pal, and I want you,
Oh, what is it, Sapphire?
I just tried out this cleaning fluid you brought in that fruit jar, and it's wonderful stuff. Where'd you get it?
Well, I got it from Fluky Harris. He done mixed it up himself.
Well, I've just been trying it on some stains that no other cleaner would even test. You know, I know lots of people that would pay good money for a cleaner like this, and I only have to use a little of it, too.
It's really good, honey.
Good? Why, it's the best cleaner I ever used in my life. Here's the rest of the bottle, Andy. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Andy, you say that Fluky done mixed that cleaning stuff up himself?
Yeah, he had it in that fruit jar there in his laboratory.
Andy, I think we got a business deal here that's going to make us a fortune.
How you mean, Kingfish?
We is going to tire Fluky Harris and put that stuff on the market. If it's only half as good as Sapphire say, it must be wonderful. In 20 years that I've been married to that hag, it's the first time that I ever hear her say anything good about anything. Hello, Brother Andy. Did you get a hold of Fluky?
Yeah, I did. He's coming right over here.
Oh, good. Now, while you was doing that, I done been phoning a lot of chemical companies to sell this stuff to. Got one here called the Herbert Chemical Company. Oh, that's really red hot butter.
Oh, yeah. They want to talk business, huh?
Oh, sure. I done talked with the president, Mr. Hugh Herbert, and he crazy about the idea. Yeah, this fellow, Mr. Hugh Herbert, is the leading chemical brain in the whole world.
How do you know that?
Well, he told me so. That's what he said.
Well, when are we going to see him?
Well, I got an appointment with him at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Soon as you get Fluky signed on the contract here, we can get right down there.
Oh, you got a contract here, huh? You think he's going to sign that?
Oh, sure. Why not? It's fair and honest to Fluky.
Yes? Well, then why has we signed it?
Brother Andy, it just so happens that the fair and honest part of this contract happened to be on the short end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good.
By the way, you ain't said nothing to Fluky about us being interested in the cleaner, is you?
Oh, no. Like you was saying, we don't want him to know that we is tying him up just to get control of the cleaner.
No, quiet, and here comes Fluky now. Come on in, Fluky.
Yeah, hiya, Fluky. Come in.
Hello there, and hello, Kingfish. Hey, you boys want to see me about something? Yeah, Fluky. Me and Andy have been thinking this thing over, and we've been thinking what a great inventor you is, and how you ain't getting no place. Yeah, well, I guess that's right, all right.
Yeah, well, how would you like it if we was to make you a millionaire?
Yeah, I'd like that, if it ain't too much trouble for you. Now, look here, Fluky. All you got to do is to sign this contract. We got it right here. Let me read you the thing.
Yeah, listen to this now, Fluky. Go ahead, KJ.
Say, be it known to whom it may concern, and anybody else that who is interested, including myself, that I, Fluky Harris, party of the first part, see there, Fluky, we're making you the party of the first part.
Yeah, that's right.
Declares itself to be almost equal partners with George Kingfish Stevens and Andrew Hogg Brown. Brown and Stevens is to get 95% of the profits and remaining 5%. Hereafter known as the lion's share. Goes to the inventor, hereafter referred to as Lucky Fluky Harris. Yeah, how does that hit you, Lucky? Now, wait a minute, though. Who gets 5% and who gets 95%?
Well, Kingfish, you better tell him.
Well, you see, Fluky, don't make much difference because it all adds up to 100%, which represents the full partnership, which we've everything is sub rosa on the deal. There's some sense to that, all right.
Kingfish, reading the contract. Go ahead, finish it up, will you?
Well, go on to say here, in consideration of giving the inventor this lion's share, the inventor gives his two partners the rights to all his inventions he has invented in the past 40 years. Yeah, that's good, all right. The only thing is, I was only 35 years old.
In that case, you owes us 5 years.
Yeah, now, put a little rider on the contract here. Just sign right here, Fluky. Just put your name right there. Yeah, is this thing really legal?
Oh, sure it's legal, sure. You see, it's got the Abbott corpus right there and everything.
Okay. I'll sign it then.
Yeah, well, do it right now, Fluky, because we got to get down and see a man by the name of Hugh Herbert.
Hello. Hugh Herbert speaking. Woo, hello. Hello. No answer. Hand me that other one, Miss Davis. Hand me the other phone.
Yes, Mr. Herbert?
Hello. Hugh Herbert speaking. Well, don't answer on this phone either.
Mr. Herbert, you buzzed your own buzzer again.
I did? Well, I wonder what I wanted. What I want.
I don't know. You've been doing that for 5 years, and we've never found out.
Well, if I call again, please take the message.
All right.
Now, let's get down to business. We're wasting time. Hand me my piccolo. Thank you. Can't understand it. Playing that piece for 5 years, but the last note never comes out right. Never.
Listen, Mr. Herbert, Mr. McGonigal, our general manager, is at home sick. I certainly think you should buckle down.
Good. Let's buckle. We'll buckle. Come on.
Shall we finish that letter you were dictating to Mr. Flugnuddles?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Flugnuggle. Flugnuggle. Woo-hoo. Funny name, Flugnuggles. You spell it with one or two knuckles. What is it? Huh?
Two.
Two. Good. Funny name, Flugnuggle. Funny. Of course, it isn't half as funny as Nugfluggle. That's right. Nugfluggle is a much funnier name. Come to think of it, maybe we better write this letter to Nugfluggle.
But you don't know any Mr. Nugfluggle.
Oh, don't I? That's too bad. It's too bad. Probably a very nice fella. I tell you what. Let's write him a letter and tell him to drop in and we'll get acquainted, huh?
Mr. Herbert, we don't know such a man. We don't even know there is such a man. Now, getting back to Mr. Flugnuggle, I don't see why you want to write him a letter anyhow. You just wrote him one this morning.
Is that so? I did. Did he answer?
Mr. Herbert, it hasn't been mailed yet. Of course there's no answer.
No answer? Oh, read it back to me. Maybe I can answer it myself. Go ahead, read it back.
Mr. Herbert, I don't like to keep reminding you, but those two men are still waiting to see you about that cleaning fluid.
Two men? Cleaning fluid?
They phoned you this morning for an appointment. Coincidentally, while you were out at lunch, I had them demonstrate their fluid. We gave it all our usual tests, and they really got something.
Very, very thoughtful of you. I'd give you a raise, but you're making more than I am now.
Please, Mr. Herbert, this fluid is important. If you'll recall, at the last Board of Directors meeting, it was brought out that unless we get a cleaning fluid to compete with Parker Chemical Company's Spot Go, our whole sales organization is going to be in trouble.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Shall I show these two men in now?
Yeah. Show them in. Hand me my piccolo, and I'll march them in.
You may come in now.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Coming right in.
Oh, yes. Thank you, miss. Thank you.
Oh, I wonder why so many tunes end up with a sour note.
Mr. Herbert, this is Mr. Stevens and Mr. Brown. I was just telling Mr. Herbert that your cleaner may be just what we need to compete with Parker's Spot Go.
Parker's Spot Go?
Yes, Parker's are our biggest business rivals.
By the way, I'm going to call Parker and tell him we got a cleaner that'll put your Spot Go right off the market. Will his face turn red? I wonder how he looks in red. Wait till I tell him what we got here.
And in the meantime, Mr. Herbert, I'll have the men sign the contract you told me to draw off and give him your check for $250.
Good. Oh, well, I tell Parker where to get off. Him and his Spot Go.
Hello?
Parker, this is Herbert.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, I know something you don't know. We got a new cleaner that'll knock your Spot Go right off the market.
Oh, yeah? That's what everybody says.
Yeah, when we bring this out, you'll be the forgotten man. Goodbye, Smith.
My name is Parker.
You see, I've forgotten you already. Goodbye. Oh, I guess that'll hold him. By the way, where's this new product?
I got it right here, Mr. Herbert. Let me show you how it works.
Yeah, we'll show you. Let's have that jaw, Andy.
There goes the fruit jaw, Andy.
Oh, me.
Oh, what a shame. Too bad. Well, no use to crying over spilled cleanup. Just bring another sample.
Yes, and according to that contract you signed, you must also bring us the formula for the cleaner within 48 hours.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We'll have it here. Just don't worry about nothing. Wish Fluky would get back to his laboratory here so we can get that cleaning fluid sample and the formula.
Yeah. Only got 1 day left to get it, too. The thing we ought to have done was to come here yesterday right after you busted that sample of Mr. Herbert.
Yeah, that's what we ought to have done, all right.
Yeah.
We couldn't come yesterday, though. By the time we got that check and cashed it, and split the $250, it was too late.
Yeah.
So, by the way, you lucky you ain't got a wife like Sapphire to take the money right away from you. She out spending it now.
Yeah, well, to tell you the truth, Kingfish, I ain't so lucky. What Sapphire is to you, the finance company is to me.
So your money's gone, too, huh?
The best part of it.
Yeah, well, everything gonna be all right when we,
Wait a minute.
Hello, fellas. What you doing here in my laboratory?
Well, we've been waiting here for you, Fluky.
Yeah, Fluky. We is here to get some more of that cleaning mixture you give Andy. Yeah, cleaning mixture. I ain't got no more.
Well, you can mix up some, can't you, Fluky?
Yeah, well, I could if I knowed what was in it. Yeah, well, just thought, if you knowed what was in it. Well, let me tell you what happened. I had a lot of bottles on the shelf over the sink. And the shelf fell down and broke all the bottles. The stopper just happened to be in the sink, so I just scooped up the mixture and put it in the fruit jar. Say, you mean that you didn't mix up that stuff to be a cleaner that just got mixed up by accident? Yeah, so that's right.
Well, look, Fluky, ain't you got any of them busted bottles that was on the shelf? Can't you figure out what was in the mixture?
Yeah, there was 5 bottles that got busted. One was glycerin, one was alcohol, one was boric acid, the fourth was violet water, and the fifth one I can't remember.
Oh, me, Andy, we done spent the money. Fluky, you got to remember, we're going to be in an awful mess. We got to have that formula.
Yeah, and if we ain't got it, we is all liable to go to jail, and that includes the party of the first part, too.
Well, with some of the money already spent and Fluky's memory drawing a blank on that fifth ingredient, Andy and the Kingfish are really in a spot. We'll learn what happens in just a moment. And now back to Amos and Andy and their guest, Hugh Herbert. Well, now the boys have only a little more than 24 hours to deliver the exact formula for their sensational cleaning fluid. A formula which even Fluky Harris, its accidental discoverer, doesn't know. The scene opens in Hugh Herbert's office, and his secretary has just come in.
Mr. Herbert.
Oh, come in.
Mr. McGonagall has gotten out of his sick bed because of this cleaning fluid deal, and he insists on seeing you right away.
McGonagall? Sounds familiar. Who do I know by the name of McGonagall,
Mr. Herbert, Mr. McGonagall has been general manager here for 40 years.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember him. Oh, yeah. Bring him in. I'll be glad to meet him.
Okay, Mr. McGonagall.
Thank you, Miss Davis.
Oh, it's you. What's on your mind? Anything wrong?
Anything wrong? Mr. Herbert, I promised your father I'd try to keep you from ruining this business. I leave this office for a few days, and you sign up for an unknown and untried cleaning fluid. You spend thousands in advertising this product will be on the market next month. You spend more thousands in cartons, labels, posters, advertising displays. You've got our distributors bellowing for samples and stocks. And not only do we not have any samples, we haven't even got the formula. Oh, no, there's nothing wrong.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Herbert, do you realize what you're doing to Herbert Chemical Company's reputation?
Oh, Mr. Herbert, those two men are here with the formula for the cleaning fluid.
Oh, good. Bring them in. You see, McGonagall, everything's fine. Come in, man.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You got the formula, huh? Got samples, too?
No, sir, we ain't got no samples, Miss Herbert, but we got the formula.
Yeah, the only thing is there was 5 things in the mixture, and right now we can only tell you what 4 of them is.
Look, let me see this formula you've got.
Yes, Miss Here, yes, right there. Got it all good out there for you, that you.
Glycerin, alcohol, violet water, boric acid. Why, these ingredients wouldn't form a cleaning fluid. You don't even state how much of each to use or how they were mixed.
What else either? You just put 4 bottles up on the shelf with the 5th bottle that you don't know what's in it and knock them all down in the sink and you got it.
Yes, sir, and then scoop the mixture up in a fruit jar, and there you is.
Oh, fine, that's quick. For a minute I was afraid we wouldn't have a cleaning fluid to fight Parker's spot go. Well, but this will be easy. I can knock the bottles off the shelf myself.
Mr. Herbert, keep quiet. And you two men, do you think you can fool me the way you have Mr. Herbert?
No, sir, no, sir.
Well, you can't. And get this straight. You've signed a contract guaranteeing to produce the formula. You accepted and cashed our check for $250. Now, if you don't have that formula here by tomorrow noon, I'm going to jail you for obtaining money under false pretense.
So you see, Shorty, that's why me and Anders got to use your barber shop for a scientific laboratory. So if we can discover what the 5th ingredient was in the cleaning mixture.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You see, Shorty, we've been over to the toy store, and we done bought this kid's chemistry set here, and all we need is your wash bowl and some of your shaving mugs. You might help us holding the mugs. I don't think none of the stuff is going to explode.
Oh, now listen, Shorty, we just got to find the 5th ingredient. Do you know anything about chemistry?
Oh, so I used to work at a drugstore. I was watching Mix that you. I used to help a man once that he put. I was one of the smaller. What's chemistry?
Shorty, listen. Ain't you got no idea about something that'll take out spots?
Some of my customers claim that my hair tonic does. I know that takes out hair.
Yeah, now, the thing we got to do is to put 4 of the ingredients in a lot of the shaving mugs. Then we go along and add some chemicals to each one till we get it right. Now, listen, Shorty, you was all through for today. You go ahead home.
Yeah, this is a little dangerous. You better go on home.
Well, I don't mind if you. I'll be glad to stick. I can stay if you don't want me to. I don't care if it explodes. Good night.
Well, Kingfish, I got all these bottles of chemicals ready. Now, what's the next thing? What you mixing there in the wash bowl?
Well, fixing a big batch of glycerin, the boric acid, alcohol, and violet water. Now, them is the 4 things we know is what's in the cleaning mixture. From now on, we're going to call this stuff NK. That's the chemical word for node quantity. Now, hand me one of them chemicals, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, here you is, Kingfish.
Now, let's see. The stuff really bubbling there, ain't it, Andy? Yeah. Rub some of this stuff on your coat there.
Yeah. Say, Kingfish, you know that brown gravy spot I had on there?
Yeah.
Well, it ain't brown no more. It's red.
Yeah, well, we'll keep trying, and hand me another one of them chemicals. And we'll keep this thing up if it takes us all night.
Oh, look, Kingfish, look. I have got to get some sleep. Let's give the whole thing up. We've been here in Shorty's barber shop all night.
And I just as tired as you is, but we've still got 2 more chemicals to try.
So far, we done tried 28 of them, and what happened? All we done was turn that gravy spot 28 different colors.
No, I wouldn't say that. You gotta admit we done hardened the gravy spot up a lot. In fact, it looked more like a button now.
Yeah. Well, here's one more. Pour some of this in the shaving mug.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, at least we won't have to rub that on my coat.
Yeah, if we could have held on to that, we might have had a new secret weapon there, you know?
Well, all right. Now, here's the last chemical.
What is it?
You say sulfuric acid.
Yeah, pour a lot of that in the mug there, son.
No. Well, at least that stuff don't hiss at you.
No, that's the first one that sounds friendly, ain't it? Yeah.
Yeah, now, wait a minute. Let me rub some of that on my coat lapel here.
Say, Andy, look.
Yeah, I just noticed that the gravy spot done disappeared.
Andy, we got it.
Yeah.
We got it, Andy. Look here. Oh, that's perfect. Look here. Let's get down to Mr. Herbert right away.
Yeah, King. Wait a minute. I put on my derby here. Yeah. And let's bring along that last chemical.
Oh, yeah. We can tell him now that we got... hold it, Andy. Hold it.
What's the matter?
Your lapel is missing. Now, look here, Fluky. You will just got to remember what is in the fifth bottle.
Yeah, Fluky. If you don't, me and the Kingfisher's going to jail at noon.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to remember it, boys.
Fluky, Mr. Herbert's going to be here any minute. You got to think fast.
Well, I was thinking, let me see here now. It wasn't ketchup, and it wasn't shoe polish.
No. Oh, wait. Mr. Herbert.
Hello, man. Have you got that fifth ingredient? If you have, good. If you haven't, shame on you.
Look, Mr. Herbert, Fluky here is trying to remember it now, and he's getting warmer all the time.
Yeah, of course, he ain't really steaming yet.
Yeah, it would help if everybody would be quiet.
That's right. That's true. A man can't think if there isn't quiet and peace. Even a woman can't think if there isn't quiet. Come to think of it, I never knew a woman that was quiet. Always talking, always gabbing. Can't stand them. I married one of them. Wonder what happened to her. Haven't seen her around for the last 2 years.
Wait a minute. I think Fluky's getting ready to remember there. Come on, Fluky. Strain every brain in your head there. What's in the fifth bottle? Well, I know it ain't vinegar.
Look, my good man. You've got to remember it. We'd be the laughing stock of the whole town. We simply got to have a product to compete with Parker. Yes, sir, we ought to beat Parker's spot going.
Oh, wait a minute. I got it. I know what was in the fifth bottle.
Good. What was it?
Parker's spot gold.
is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Call your Uncle Elmer, phone your Aunt Matilda, tell them it's time for Burns and Allen. And when you want to fill the chairs around your table in double quick time, tell the family there's baked Spam for dinner. Spam, S-P-A-M, is tender, delicious, easy-to-serve meat. Originated by Hormel, Spam has a flavor and a quality all its own. There's nothing quite like it, nothing that tops its flavor, because Spam is sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat combined with tender, tasty ham. So give your family baked Spam. Just open the can, take out the meat, and bake for a few minutes. The easy directions are right on the label, along with other recipes for serving Spam cold or hot. Millions of families have found Spam delicious meat that's economical and easy to use. Ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M Spam when you shop tomorrow. And now for Spam's Meat Heart, Gracie Allen and George Mink Coat Burns.
Thank you. And, Bud, you can stop being such a comic, and that goes for everybody here. I don't want to hear any more about the mink coat I gave away last week.
All right, let's stop talking about it.
Good.
You mean the one you gave Cabina Wright Jr.?
Yes, and I don't want to talk about it.
About what?
The mink coat I gave Cabina Wright Jr.
And why do you keep bringing it up?
I didn't bring it up. You're to blame for the whole thing. I didn't expect it to accept the coat. I merely wanted to think that I was a big shot, and what happened? You had to talk her into it.
Oh, well, that's all right, George. You can do something for me sometime.
Gracie, you don't understand. Did anybody ever invite you out to dinner knowing that you couldn't accept?
Saturday night.
Good.
The food was delicious.
No, did any fella ever say to you, Gracie, let's go out on the balcony and look at the moon, knowing all the time that there was no moon?
Yeah, some smart aleck tried that on me once, and boy, did I fall.
No moon, huh?
No balcony.
Well, whether you understand it or not, that was a $5,000 coat, and I've got to get it back.
Ah, George, there's no use crying over spilt mink.
Spilt mink?
Yeah.
That's right, George. Cabina Wright Jr. was nice enough to invite us all to her party tonight. If you're going to mope about losing $5,000, you're going to spoil our whole evening.
Spoil your whole evening?
Well, George always does that. Just 2 weeks ago, we were invited to a lawn party, and George was the only one who came without a lawnmower. And
Gracie, just a minute. That's another thing I just as soon forget.
Going into a swimming pool with a tuxedo on.
Going in? I was pushed in.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I did it.
You did it?
Yeah, you weren't even a good sport, staying at the bottom of the pool sulking.
Sulking? I was drowning.
Well, that's even worse. Why show off? Nobody else was doing it.
Gracie, I can't swim.
So what? Why stay at the bottom of the pool? That's nothing to be ashamed at.
Ashamed at?
Yeah,
Oh, I see what you mean. I told you I didn't want to talk about it.
And that language you used down there was shocking.
Gracie, I was at the bottom of the pool. How could you hear what I was saying?
I'm a bubble reader.
Well, this on top of that $5,000 mink coat certainly puts me in a great mood for Cabina Wright's party tonight.
Oh, gee, I can't wait to get there, George. Is Cabina Wright's mother really a leader of the 400?
That's right, Bud.
Well, just think. A real society party. I wonder if it'll be as exciting as it looks in the magazine ads.
Oh, yeah, society is more fun than any place.
Yes. What?
Well, imagine eating with real community plate silver.
But right now I'm thinking of something much more important. A certain young lady is wearing it, and it amounts to a neat little figure.
Well, thanks, George, and I didn't even think you noticed my dress.
Your dress?
And imagine eating Spam between a Vanderbilt and an Astor.
Well, it's also good between rye bread and a pickle.
It's nice, spicy stuff.
Yeah.
Look, you're all talking about parties and clothes. Nobody is interested in the mess I'm in.
I am, George. Of course, the sleeves are too long, but then again, the pants are too short.
But outside of that, I look fine.
Yeah. Now, if you can get somebody just to press it, it'll only bag at the knees. And I always say...
Never mind what
Hello,
you always
George.
say.
Hiya, George. How's the old fur trapper?
Fur trapper?
Yep. Every time you open your trap, you lose a fur.
Look, Frenessy, what should I have given her, a clarinet?
George, were you afraid you'd lose Cabina if you didn't give her a mink coat?
Leave Cabina out of this. I've got lots of girls, and I can keep my women.
Well, I've seen them, brother, and you ain't kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Artie Shaw's band laughing at Artie Shaw's joke. As arranged by Lenny Hayden.
Say, Artie, at Cabina's party tonight, how many dances are you going to have with me?
Well, gee, Gracie, I'm afraid your program will be full.
Oh, well, I never eat so much that I can't dance.
Artie, make up your mind. Are you going to dance or not?
Oh, please, George, I asked him first.
I'm asking for you.
Well, it won't do you any good because I'm dancing with Artie.
Oh, please.
What about it, Artie?
Well, I'd like to, Gracie, but I've got a sore heel.
Well, she can dance with George.
Gracie, don't let him fall flush.
No, I won't. We'll two-step.
Yeah, that's not half the dance the fall flush is.
Bueno, ¿y a mí por qué no me invitaron a la fiesta? ¿Qué no cuento yo aquí o qué pasa, hombre? Yo también sé
We're
de
back
esas
in
cosas,
Mexico
¿verdad?
again. That's the guitar player. What is it, Senor Lee?
I wasn't invited to the party tonight, and I'm an insult.
Well, that's an outrage. Senor Lee, if I were you and didn't get an invitation, I wouldn't accept it.
Am I hearing right?
Don't worry. I'll get in by Hickory Creek.
You mean you'll get in by hook or crook?
You get in your way, and I'll get in my way.
Well, look, Senor Lee, do what I do. I've got a great system for getting into parties. I go to the door, and I ring the bell, and I say to the butler, I want to see somebody inside. And he says, who? And I say, me.
But, Gracie, that system could never work.
I know, but that's the only thing wrong with it.
Yes, do that, senor.
I know how to get in. I'll disguise myself as a foreigner.
A foreigner?
Si, senor. I'll make out I'm a duke.
A duke?
Si.
What does a duke say?
Quack, quack, quack.
What a duke says. Well, I've had enough. I'm only interested in one thing. I want to get back my mink coat.
Well, if you want to get it back, why don't you get to the party? You just ask Cabina a riddle.
Want to start that again?
Oh, you don't hear very well, huh?
Well, let's see. What did you say?
I said, if you want to get it back, when you get to the party, just ask Cabina a riddle.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
A riddle?
Yeah. You say, Cabina, what's the difference between a mink coat and a cup of coffee?
Yes.
And she'll say, I don't know. As long as she doesn't know, you give her a cup of coffee and take the mink coat. It's all very simple.
Now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Sweet and Low.
brought him again to me. Oh, my little one, oh, my pretty one, sleep. Low, low, rock-a-bye, my pretty baby, listen to my lullaby. Sleep and rest, oh, sleep and rest, oh. Father will come to thee soon, here by the light of the moon. Blow, blow, breeze, why don't you blow? Wind of the west, western sea. Over the rolling waters go, come from the dying moon and blow him again to me, to me, to me. Oh, my little one, oh, my pretty one, sleep. Oh, baby, sleep.
Well, when we get to the party, I'm going to get that mink coat back. I'll just tell her the truth. Well, come on, everybody, let's go. Where's Gracie?
Well, right here, George. Oh, isn't this a scream? Look what my brother Willie says in his letter.
We haven't got time to listen to your brother Willie's letter.
Oh, he's in the army, you know.
I know he's in the army, but we're on our way to a party, you see.
Good. Well, then I'll read the letter at the party.
All right, read it at the party.
Yeah, I will.
Yes.
Dear Gracie.
Look, Gracie, we haven't got time.
Well, it won't take long. Willie writes very fast.
Oh, fast writer.
Yes. Dear Gracie.
Writes a very quick hand.
Yes. Dear Gracie, period, comma, question mark, exclamation point, hyphen, apostrophe, semicolon, colon, dash.
Well, what's all that for?
Well, Willie doesn't know how to punctuate, so he puts it all at the top, and then I fit it in where it belongs. Dear Gracie.
That's a very smart letter. Well, look, Gracie, let's get to the party.
Dear Gracie, you notice that I'm not at Fort Rosencrantz anymore. Lieutenant Ward transferred me to Camp Ord because it's easier to spell.
Well, that's nice.
And yesterday...
Ord is easier than Rosencrantz.
And yesterday, during a sham battle, I captured a light armored tank.
Yes.
And it bit off 2 of my fingers before I discovered it was a snapping turtle.
Gracie, your brother must be a first-class dope.
He is. But he'd rather be a cop.
I see what you mean, yes.
Gracie, I don't want to offend Bessie, but ask her to stop sending me those chocolate-covered mothballs.
Just a second. Your sister Bessie sent him chocolate-covered mothballs?
Yes, and that's silly, and she knows he likes them covered with caramel.
Oh, yes.
And, Gracie, I've been eating a lot of macaroni and donuts, and it gave me asthma and hiccups, so I was transferred to the Fife and Drum Corps. Signed, Willie.
Look, I'm glad it's over. Come on, everybody. Let's get to the party.
P.S.
Oh, some more.
By the way, Gracie, I sent you the top sergeant's right shoe. Will you have Daddy try it on for size before I send you the other one?
Is the letter finished now?
Yes.
Well, let's get started.
Yeah, gee, I hope we have a nice time at the party. I hope those society people don't rich us and give us the pork shoulder.
Look, Bud, don't be so self-conscious. I wasn't invited until the last minute.
Yeah, the ham meat was added.
All right, wise guy. Just stick to those ribs.
Well, now, come on, boys. Let's go. Let me see. Who'll I go with? Bud, have you got a car?
No?
Gracie, I've got a car.
Art, have you got a car?
Nope.
Gracie, I've got a car.
Well, come on, boys. We walk.
Well, let's go, everybody. Goodbye, Senor Lee.
Oh, you'll see me. I'll be there. I'll get in by Hickory Creek.
Oh, yes, you will.
I'll disguise myself like Dr. Kildare. They'll open the door and say, hiya, Doc.
And what will the doc say?
Quack, quack, quack.
Okay, I'll see you there by Hickory Creek. Come on. Well, wait a minute. There's somebody at the door. Come in.
Mr. Burns, remember me. I'm Mr. Randall, the Fourier. I let you have that mink coat on approval last week. You wanted it for 5 days, and it's now 7, so I thought I'd drop in either for the check or for the coat.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Burns isn't here, are you, Judge?
Quiet. Mr. Randall, will you just give me a few more days?
Gladly.
Well, I don't think George will need a few days. With the system I've got, he'll be able to get the coat back tonight, even if he has to steal it.
What did you say?
Steal it.
Steal it!
Now, Randall, don't get excited.
Don't get excited. I've got a right to get excited. You got $5,000 worth of 4 off of me.
What did he use, an electric razor?
Randall, I'm not going to steal your coat.
No, Mr. Randall, George doesn't have to steal coats.
No.
No, he just gets them on approval and doesn't pay for them, like a gentleman.
Look, Artie, stop helping me.
Yeah, Artie, if George wants someone to talk like a numbskull, he can do it himself.
Look, Mr. Randall, will you wait here? I'm going to a party at Cabina Rice, and I'll get the mink coat and bring it right back.
Well, all right.
Now, well, you don't have to worry, Mr. Randall. You'll get that coat, and we have to bring it back a sleeve at a time.
A sleeve at a time?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence, I'm going to that party with you. I'm not taking any chances.
Well, Gracie, you've got things balled up nicely.
Oh, it was nothing, George. You could have done the same thing yourself if you tried.
Oh, will you stop?
Hey, Senor Burns, if this man goes to the party, then I can go too. I'm a furrier.
You're a furrier?
Sure, I'm a furrier. I haven't even taken out my first papers.
Oh, furrier, I see what you mean, yes.
But don't worry, I'll get in by
I
6
hit
or
the
3.
trick, I know. Randall, I can't take you to this party. How can I take a furrier to a society party?
Well...
You give up?
Well...
Oh, I know a way.
I thought so.
We'll introduce him as Reginald Worthington Schuyler Bullock IV.
Look, that's too long a name, and it sounds exaggerated.
Well, then we'll call him Reginald Worthington Schuyler Bullock III.
Well, that's much better and much, much shorter.
Now, Artie Shaw and Clarinet and his boys will play Old Rockin' Chair. Spam Show, Bud Easton speaking.
Oh, hello. This is the chef at the home of Madame Copino Rice. Is Monsieur George Burns available for the conversation?
Why, no, not just now.
Well, the butler have just informed me of a party.
Oh, yes. I'm coming over right away, and the rest of them are on their way.
Oh, c'est impossible. Rien préparé. What will I do? I do not know how to serve on so short notice.
Oh, boy, what an opening you left.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Well, you want to serve a really scrumptious meal and do it quickly?
Oh, oui.
Then give us Spam.
What? Spam?
That's right. S-P-A-M. Spam. Now, listen. Just send the third assistant keeper of the pantry right over to the grocery store, get some cans of Spam, and get plenty, because Spam is a meat that keeps without refrigeration, Cheffy, old boy. Now, here's the way you prepare baked Spam. First, open the can of Spam.
Do I open it?
Yes, that's very important. Then take a handful of cloves and stud the top of the meat with them. That's right. Then put the Spam in a shallow baking dish. Now, pop it into the oven and bake it. There's a swell brown sugar sauce described on the label of the can if you want to baste it with a dressing. And there's your main course, done in a jiffy. And your guests will love it. Spam is tender, juicy meat because it's a perfect blend of pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. And when you take it out of the oven, Chef, you can be sure that you have a pièce de résistance, a main course that is so delicious, so taste-tempting, so ooh-la-la that your party is bound to be a success. So take my advice and prepare a Spam bake tonight.
Ah, Monsieur Histon, you are magnifique. Voilà, it shall be done.
Voici, we'll be right over.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Thanks. George, I'm having a wonderful time at this party. This gentleman here is a wonderful dancer. And we must have the next dance, too.
I'd love to, madam, but I've got to go back and polish the silverware.
Gracie, that man is the butler.
The butler?
Did you notice he was carrying a load of drinks?
Well, you could never tell that he danced like he was perfectly sober.
Well, quiet. Here comes Cabina.
Now, don't forget, George. Just get her alone and tell her the truth. It's bound to work.
It had better work.
Relax, Florrie. And don't forget your name is Bullock. No, I'll get her outside alone.
Oh, there you are. You all having a nice time?
Hang on, Cabina.
George, is there anything I can get you?
Yeah, mink coat.
Quiet. Cabina, could I see you alone for a minute?
Dear, I've never been to such a swell party.
Thanks, Gracie.
See, who's that attractive-looking girl over there with the freckles?
Oh, that's Elizabeth Brown. Her father has millions.
Oh, yeah, he ought to carry a parasol.
Cabina, could I see you alone?
Cabina, is there any way of brushing off that silly dame who's been chasing me? There she is over there.
Mr. Shaw, that happens to be my aunt.
Oh, well, I didn't mean her. I mean the fat one next to her with the bobbed hair.
That's my uncle.
Boy, can he dance.
Cabina, could I see you alone
Hey,
for a minute?
who's that tall, good-looking fellow standing over there examining the silverware? It's Bud Easton. Yo, Bud!
Hey, Gracie, it's real community plate.
Is it?
Gracie, you've tried Spam with eggs, haven't you?
Oh, yes, and it's delicious.
Well, try it with real silverware. It's wonderful.
Really?
Look, it isn't polite to yell, Bud.
What?
It isn't polite to yell.
What?
Hey, it ain't polite to yell.
Who was that?
My mother.
Cabina, could I see
Come
you
here, Mother.
alone?
I want you to meet some of my friends. This is George Burns.
Oh, well, how do you do?
George Burns? Why, Cabina, you're wrong. Doesn't look so old.
Old?
Mother, this is Miss Allen.
How do you do, Miss Allen?
You're Miss Allen.
Then who am I?
Mrs. Wright, you'll have to excuse Gracie. She's pretty silly.
Oh, that's nothing. I'm even pretty when I'm not silly.
Well, that's what I mean.
And Mother, this is Artie Shaw.
How do you do?
Hello.
And this is Bud Heaston.
How do you do?
Hello.
And this is a friend of George's. He's a polo player. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
So have I.
Mrs. Wright, he's Mr. Bullock. You know the Bullocks.
Oh, the Bullock family. Oh, certainly. What branch are you?
7th and Broadway.
Well, anyway, it's really a pleasure to be here, Mrs. Wright.
And Mr. Burns, I want to thank you for that adorable little coat you gave Kabina. Do you know it looked like real mink?
It looks like real mink. Do you know how long it takes to make a coat like that?
Bullock.
Do you know that this girl has one of the best skins in Hollywood?
Well, maybe she uses mud packs.
George, why is this Mr. Bullock so interested in my fur coat?
Well, you see, Kabina, he's sort of a collector of furs.
You mean he collects minks?
Either that or the $5,000.
Look, Kabina, could I see you alone for...
That's right.
What is it, Jenkins?
There's a very dear friend of Mr. Burns waiting to see him in the library.
What's his name?
I don't know, sir.
What did he say?
Quack, quack, quack.
That's Senor Lee, our guitar player. Mrs. Wright, could you please ask him to go?
I'll see to it right away.
Well, thank you. Kabina, could I see you out in the garden alone?
Why, certainly, George.
Miss Wright, here's your mink coat you rang for.
I didn't ring for it.
Well, somebody did.
Who wants to talk about my brother?
Well, Kabina, would you like to have me take it upstairs?
No, I'll wear it out in the garden.
Oh, you are going to wear it out in the garden?
Yes, Mr. Bullock.
May I slip these mothballs in the pocket?
Mothballs? I thought he was a polo player.
Well, he is. You see, he plays miniature polo. He uses a very small mallet.
Say, George, you better get that coat back before the styles change.
Well, just leave it to me.
Kabina, dear,
Yes, Mother?
take care of our guests and see that they have a good time. I'm going out.
Why, Mother, you look wonderful with all your jewels on.
Yeah, you're prettier than Hollywood Boulevard.
Quiet.
Mother, who are you going out with, Frank Vanderlip or Gregory Thorndyke?
Neither one.
Well, then with whom?
Quack, quack, quack.
Kabina, could I see you outside?
George, what's on your mind tonight? Something seems to be troubling you.
Well, sure there's something on his mind. How would you like it if your best friend was a polo player named Bullock and his name turned out to be Randall?
Gracie.
If a thing like that happened to you, Kabina, you'd jump out of your skin. And if you did, I bet George would grab it and Randall would grab George.
Oh, quiet. Quiet. Look, Kabina, last week you said a nice girl shouldn't accept a coat from a fellow she just met. And I agree with you.
You're so sweet to admit it, George, that I'm going to keep it.
Oh.
Oh, look, Gracie. George fainted. How can we revive him?
Well, just throw a mink coat in his face.
Don't forget to put Spam on your shopping list tomorrow. Originated by Hormel, Spam is absolutely the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. A perfect combination of pork shoulder and ham, this delicious meat in a handy can has become a mealtime mainstay in millions of homes. If you haven't yet tried Spam, do so tomorrow. You're really missing something extra good because cold or hot, Spam really hits the spot. Ask your food dealer for Spam.
Ladies and gentlemen... Oh, Gracie, say goodnight.
No, good night.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, we leave tonight, and our next broadcast will come from Chicago.
George, you can't leave yet.
Why not? I gave the man the checks for the trunks. I gave him the check for the suitcase.
Yeah, but you forgot to give the man the check for the fur coat, if you know what I mean.
Oh, good night. Good night, sir.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Easton speaking for Hormel and Spam, reminding you to remember, when cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.